Good morning, all. Firstly, I'm just going to hand to Chair Robertson with a message before we start today's long-term plan deliberations. Thank you, Chair.
Before we start today's meeting, I'd like to take time to acknowledge the tragic loss of 16-year-old Enare McLaren Tana, who died following an incident at the Dunedin bus hub last week. This is a heartbreaking tragedy, and our thoughts are with his whānau and friends. The tributes being left at the bus hub in recent days showed how much this young man was loved. Earlier this week, the ORC, DCC and police established a working group to look at the issues at the bus hub and how we can address them with the community. Together, we need to take action to prevent such a tragedy from occurring again. Please join me in a minute's silence for Enare, followed by a karakia. Thank you. Begin our karakia. Tue ke runga, tue ke raro, tue ke waho, tue ke roto, tue ki te here tangata, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, omie, huie, pai pie. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair. Well, good morning and welcome to the first day of our 2024-34 long-term plan deliberations. Before I start, I would ask that both our staff and our governance team take time to reflect on the importance of this process and the responsibilities that the Otago Regional Council has in managing Otago's natural resources on behalf of our community of now and the community of our future generations. A central component of that responsibility is to ensure that our communities and our environment are healthy and connected from the mountains to the sea, and that we are striking an enduring balance between enabling our people and our communities to provide for the social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety, and protecting our environment. That needs to be an enduring balance. Before I ask for apologies, I need to inform those listening online that we've had a significant number of our councillors and staff that have been hitting by this bug called COVID and various other illnesses. And I think it's crucial to ensure that we have an effective decision making that will run the session in blocks of an hour, so that at each hour or thereabouts I'll be taking a break just to check up on everything. We'll definitely have a break at that hour, whether it be, and I'll just work those times around and manage the condition that we are all in at this stage. So firstly, if I could just ask for apologies. And I have an apology from Gary Callagher at this stage and Michael Rawls. And Gary's just joined. Yep. Thank you.
Michael's there.
And Michael has it live. Good. That's good to see. And we have online also Councillor Scott, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Meffam, and Mr. Donnelly and Mr. Palmer all online, and Sean online, which is really good. So thank you for taking for making the effort to get online and make sure you're certainly looking after yourselves. So there being no apologies, we'll move. We have no request for public forum today. They've done enough work doing these deliberations at this stage. So firstly, someone would like to move that we confirm the agenda as published.
Moved.
Councillor Moon, seconded Councillor Paul. Those in favour?
Aye.
And just reminding councillors of the declarations of conflict of interest and to take the appropriate action when they see fit. That would be great. We have under matters, item 6 matters for consideration. Firstly, to our public, to our ratepayers, thank you for taking the time to consider the ORC's long-term plan, your long-term plan. You've given us plenty to think about. Generally, though, there's been a lot of positivity around what we're trying to do, especially in environmental space, and especially what we're trying to do with transport to make that a very, very good, an even better service than it is now. But there is certainly a balance around that, around the total level of expenditure, and questioning us to make sure that we are doing what is necessary and, most importantly, what is affordable to our communities. Based on the submissions that we've received, there is a general feeling that we really need to consider, if possible, a reduction in spend, and I'm sure that's in front of all councillors' minds as we work through this process. To our staff, to Nick and your team, again, thanks for the detail that you provided us and for the effort that you put in to make sure that everything is presented us in a timely manner. And look, it's just been a pleasure to work through that process. So today, there's a wee bit to get through, and we have allocated actually 2 days if required. So keep the fluids up and keep away from the bugs, because we'll need your attention over that period. We have some 43 recommendations that we need to make to council. Of course, everything that we do here will go to council to be finally ratified. Some may be as they is, and some may vary depending on councillors' decisions. But as a general rule, we must apply what was consulted upon, or revert to the status quo. What we've consulted on, if we don't agree with that, in most occasions we should be just reverting to the status quo. However, if we wish to make a more than minor variation to what we've consulted upon, we will need to seek advice on that process. And that advice will come from Mr. Saunders, our CE, and from Mr. Donnelly, our CFO, who is online. And if we need time to consider that, in which we will take that time, we will take the appropriate adjournment time to ensure that we are on track and doing things correctly. So yes, you can change things, but we are within the limits of the statutes, and we will take the appropriate advice and make the appropriate actions from there. So firstly, the plan. So the process will be that we will attempt to move, because I can't say we're going to move, but we'll attempt to move the first two recommendations on our paper, motions 1 and 2, and then we'll work through each proposal area as we go. So that firstly we'd go to proposal 1, which is investing in our environment, which has recommendations on 3 and 4, and then they are covered in the paper from I think paragraph 25 in our paper. So as we go to each, we'll go to the appropriate section in the paper for our discussions. Then we'll work through proposal 2, proposal 3, then right through to proposal 40. And at that stage, we will then seek or ask, give councillors opportunity to add new proposals based on what they've heard and what our ratepayers have told them, or in fact what councillors deem that they feel necessary to add or delete from the proposals that we have. Councillor Wilson's raised her hand. Just what?
Sorry. Can we take it pro forma in that if we go right through this, the end effect may be something, I don't want to second guess everything, but the end effect may give us something we're not ready for and that we may have to revisit. So,
Councillor Wilson, that is exactly why we're doing the process.
okay, sorry, thank you.
So by following the procedure that is in the paper, that my next comment was going to be that as we go through that process, which has been succinctly sent out by Mr. Donnelly and his team, they will be beavering away behind the scenes with calculations showing the impact of those decisions as we go to the best of their ability, and that will give us a position, and we may review that at particular points during the day of what those decisions have made on the final figure and the final work plans that we're doing. So before, yes, and I'd say we'd have a position before we start in councillor-led recommendations. We will be of an understanding, hopefully, where our previous decisions have led us to. You comfortable with that, Councillor Wilson? Yes, that's good.
Awesome.
In light of that, I'll just like to remind councillors that every initiative that you may wish to add to our long-term plan, I have no issue with that at all. But every time you add something, there will be we will continue to add financial pressure on a community that is telling us that they are currently under financial pressures. We have a small rating base, and we need to respect the position that they are in. Next, I will hand for some very good news. I'll hand to, let's see, Mr. Saunders.
Thanks, Kevin. So look, just to kick off, we've circulated this morning, and apologies it didn't come out with the agenda on Friday. It's also up on the website for those following online. The sheet that is referred to in paragraph 139 of the report, which is the staff review of expenditure levels that we've undertaken since the consultation document was published. And what I thought I'd do is just give a brief summary of what has happened in that space and where we've got to. I'll preface it by saying that what we've done is deliver changes that don't impact the overall level of service. There are some small deferrals to some of our programs of work, but overall we are still delivering what was set out in the long-term plan. Most of those deferrals are based on a reassessment of what's actually achievable, particularly within year one and in some cases within year two and year three. So we've tried to recast some of those with a view of reducing expenditure, and we've also just made some cuts in some areas where we feel that we are able to manage the business with less expenditure. So in that attachment that was it's titled Summary Report Post Consultation Document Changes, you'll see the first boxes there being the new total rates increase, so reduction from 18.6 to 16.4 in year one, no change in year two, and a very small reduction in year three. The second box shows the impact of the changes on operating expenditure. So there's been a reduction in approximately $3.5 million in year one, and a smaller reduction in years 2 and 3. And then just moving down, there are some changes to the capital expenditure. I'll talk a little bit about the details in a minute. And then we've also got FTE staffing, which we've had a number of discussions about. So in the proposal document that went out, we were proposing increasing staff numbers from 352.2 to 364.8. We've had a look at that again, based on the operating environment at the moment, and we're proposing to reduce that down to 359.3, so 5.5 staff removed from the proposed budget, and that leaves us with an increase in 7 FTE for year one of the plan. Still some work to do, I think, in year one's annual plan, just to have a look at our overall staff numbers, but we've focused at this time on year one. And you can see in terms of the overall impact on borrowing, which is related to the capital, and we know that we were proposing to borrow, and that was proposing to have net debt by year 10 of 105 million, and due to the reduction in capital spend and phasing some of that differently, that net debt by year 10 is reduced by $10 million to 95 million. So those are the key changes. Just in terms of detail and where these changes have been made, within operations, in our operations area and environmental implementation, deferring FTEs and using existing resources rather than adding a person in there, and also reducing the consultant spend within the work program has delivered some savings. In our flood and drainage area, we've reduced the overall consultant spend required to deliver the work program, approximately $1 million over the first 3 years. We've deferred consultant spend for most schemes and delayed some of the amenity work, which we believe we could rephase and then deliver as part of other spend. Our overall CapEx spend is reduced. Inspection spend has reduced across all schemes. We felt we could achieve the inspection program with a reduction in spend, and renewals and maintenance spend has also been reduced across that flood and drainage, and we've taken out some additional travel costs just in terms of an assessment of what we would need to deliver on those programs of work. River management, we've reduced consultant spend across all schemes and are comfortable we can still deliver what was set out. The hazard space has seen a reduction of 200,000 in consulting spend in year one. Science has reduced 5% of their budget for supplies and services and consultants, and are comfortable that will still allow them to deliver their work program. Removed an FTE from our human resources and health and safety area that was allocated to supporting recruitment, and that's as a result of the recruitment environment changing. And we're not under as much pressure as we were previously, so we don't consider that role as required in year one. So that role's been removed, and just a reduction in advertising and agency fees and relocation costs, again because of the change in the recruiting environment. We've got deferral of a resource that wasn't there for year one for engagement into year two. We feel that we've got some setup work to do, particularly if there is progress made on the community liaison groups, which I know will be a point of discussion today. We've deferred some FTEs in our IT team, and we've also reduced the consultant spend in that area as well. And across the board, we've just reduced our training and travel costs across the organisation by 10%, and also the overall fuel costs by 10%, which we think we can manage more efficiently. So that's a summary of those changes that lead to the new numbers you've got in that summary report post consultation document changes. So we are recommending that is the new baseline, which is the 16.4. We think that is consistent with what we consulted on in terms of an overall package of work. Obviously, further changes can be made to that, and that will be the discussion to have today. But we would, my recommendation is that the savings that have been identified by staff are accepted as a starting point for those broader conversations.
Councillor Laws, you have a question?
I do. It was to do with the change in staff numbers. I had a look at this. What you're proposing, it seems to me, Richard, is that you're not going to employ 5 staff this year, which is the savings you're talking about. You're simply going to employ them next year. Is that right?
So, what we're proposing is our current FTE is 340. Where at the time this was written, and we've got a budget of 352, and we're still in the process of recruiting at the moment. We're proposing, instead of increasing our overall headcount to 365 4.8, which was what was in the LTP consultation document, we would be looking to increase that to 359.3. So the addition of another 7 staff.
Yeah, but you're going to then pick them up in the next year. So it's really just a bit of a fake saving, isn't it? Because you're simply deferring getting your numbers back up to 364.
So we haven't made changes at the moment to years 2 and 3, and I did refer to us needing to do some more work on that through year 1 annual plan. And my I think my observation at the moment is that there is still some savings to be made, not just in FTEs, but also in our overall spend in years 2 and onwards. At the moment, you're right, we haven't proposed any additional reductions in FTE counts for year 2. And that might be something that might be directed by council today to asking us to make those savings.
Thank you.
Elliot.
I'm just wondering if you might be able to elaborate more about the environmental implementation cuts or savings, and particularly the slightly program funding one, if that's been flagged with the groups we're working with, and sort of.
So it doesn't impact the
funding.
current funding. So that will be paid out and delivered. There was an additional 100,000, which is additional funding set aside for that, and it was one area where we could reduce it to the existing amount. So again, it's been put up as an option. There is still funding there for those cycling programs, the ones that are currently in the RPMP. It doesn't impact the funding that we've just allocated to them.
Right.
Yes.
Just the future.
Yes.
Yep. Do we have any idea of the impact of that on people? What that would make?
It would just not in terms of that. It obviously just means there's there's less direct funding available to allocate to those programs.
Councillor Robertson.
Does it impact significantly on any of the projects that we had planned through the LTP, or is it more operational?
Operational.
Councillor Noon.
Thank you. Slightly random question, but has there been any thought when you went through the process with looking at operational costs, etc., was there any thought about the ability for some, particularly this is environmental work, investing in our environment, that some of those projects perhaps would deliver some of our commitments already made within the organisation, where we haven't actually secured staff to do the jobs? In other words, outsourcing some of the work that we're already committed to going forward. Because, and why I ask the question is that the number of groups focused on improving the environment asked us about operational and direct costs. So I just thought, has there been any, have we turned our mind to that through the process that you've just outlined to us?
Yeah, we have. So that conversation around are we best to invest directly in staff or seek to engage consultants or community groups through grants or otherwise is something that the managers are expected to work through as part of their work program. So in terms of a reduction in FTEs that we're looking at here, we're still comfortable through operating budgets that we can deliver what was expected, and that might be through external engagement. Whether it be a catchment group or a consultant, whatever that might be. So there's still that opportunity to look for alternative delivery models.
Thank you.
And Councillor Methven.
Good morning, all. Appreciate the work you've done on all this, Richard. It's pretty significant. Just a question I have in regards to the debt reduction in the year 2. There's a $7.5 million reduction in our consulted debt. Now, is that linked completely to a reduction in capital works projects?
I might just see if Nick can jump on. My sense is yes, it is, but Nick will be able to confirm that.
I'm just wondering about the sort of the strategy around reducing our capital spend. I mean, I don't have any issues with debt if it's being invested in capital items. So yeah, but if Nick could answer that, that'd be great. Then perhaps he can't do it now. He can come back with it if he wants.
No, I can. The reduction in debt is solely linked to the reduction in capital spend over the life of the LTP. So that it's down to the changes that got made in the in the infrastructure space, so in flood and drainage and river management. So that had a mix of operational, OPEX and CAPEX changes. The CAPEX changes, if they're either deferred or decreased in size, most of it was just looking at the timing of it. But that has an impact on the debt, because if you're not doing the spend as early, then you don't need to increase your debt to do it up front. So yeah, that 10 million reduction in debt is all linked to the reduction in capital spend.
So do we know, Nick, what projects are actually being deferred?
Well, if you got the I think I can see in the background there, we've got Pam and Brett might be there. They could run you through some of those. We put in the summary, we put the list of the CAPEX. So in that summary appendix that got sent out, and it's got what was in the CD versus now. So it's only showing it there by activity, so by scheme or river management area. But they could probably run you through what some of those things were. But you'd see that, you're looking at in most of those years, there's sort of, can be $2 to $3 million change or decrease in capital spend. But the engineering team would probably be better to answer exactly which key projects they'd moved or deferred.
And would it be fair to say?
Ed, sorry, just to add to Nick's response, the reason that many of them have been deferred is because we actually weren't confident we could deliver them in the timeframes they were initially included in the infrastructure strategy. And I don't want us to be putting up a budget and rating for things that we're then not going to be able to deliver because of the pre-work and feasibility work required before we actually get into the capital spend. So that was a big part of it. And obviously the outcome of that has been some shifting of that investment and therefore reduction in debt. But that was the key driver, was our ability to deliver what we're putting in the plan.
Yeah. So Richard, then the deferment of these projects is actually giving you the opportunity to reduce your operating expenditure generally as well. Is it? So all these reductions you've got, do they relate to project deferments?
Some do, not all. I mean, the operating expenditure to continue to maintain the schemes is still there. There is, and the feasibility work to the preparation work for these large capital projects needs to continue. It was just the time frame by which we would formally commence those. We felt was optimistic in the draft plan, and therefore we've reassessed when it's more likely we will be ready to deliver them.
Thank you.
All right, we've heard from our CE, and his recommendation is that we move that the 16.4%, the advised 16.4 rate increase be used as our base figure for our long-term plan deliberations today.
It's not just that's
right.
That updated number to drive some of the discussion today.
Okay, so you're comfortable that we don't need it. We've been advised of that. We don't need to do a formal motion on that, but that will be the base figure that we use when we are calculating things as we go throughout the day. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, they do as we get further down. So before I hand to Mr. Rossler and Mr. Donnelly regarding the full paper, I'm just going to take recommendations 1 and 2 to get this process underway, and then we'll go into our deliberations on the specific proposals that will take some guidance from Mr. Rossler and Mr. Donnelly. So submission 1 receives the public submission is that we receive public submissions to the consultation document for the Otago Regional Council Long-Term Plan 2024-34, a stronger future Otago. Have someone move in that direction?
Happy to.
Seconded, Councillor Wilson. Those in favour?
Aye.
I should have asked for discussion, but we'll take that one as done. And 2 is notes the 3 proposals associated with those options as consulted in the Otago Regional Long-Term Plan consultation document, and those were investing in our environment, public transport and revenue and finance policy. Someone move in that direction. Councillor Noon, seconded Councillor Hall. Any discussion? Comfortable? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you. 45 to go. Well done. A good start. We will now, I think I will now hand to you, Mr. Donnelly, and you may, I was going to say abdicate your responsibilities, but use our in-house Mr. Rossler to work through this paper. You'll have that worked out. But if we head to our initial proposal, you'll see that first recommendation is regarding investing in our environment. So I'll hand to you, Mr. Donnelly, to start working through that paper, and you'll hand to Mr. Rossler at the appropriate time.
Yeah, I'd probably hand straight to Mike. He's in the room and he can sort of take you through. But where you've got to is, recommendation 3 is proposal 1. So the way that we're proposing that this would work is that you've obviously got the recommendations, and then in the paper itself, in the discussion section, there is a whole section and number of paragraphs on each of those proposals and on each of the recommendations. So the idea would be to actually work through the discussion paragraphs, which link back to the recommendations. And you can obviously go through, ask the various questions, and have your debate. It's then really up to you, Chair, exactly how you want to deal with the decision-making process, whether you want to do each section and make resolutions as you go, or have the discussion on the whole lot and then come back to making the actual resolutions and decisions after you've had discussion on the whole lot. But Mike can probably step you through. It goes through in order of the proposals. So there was the 3 proposals that were in the consultation document, and then there's a catch-all on all of our other work, and then obviously more opportunity for councillors to raise anything that hasn't come up prior to that they heard in submissions that they want to talk about. A lot of that is operational, but I'll throw to Mike. He can take you through the detail. He obviously wrote this incredibly detailed paper to hopefully help you just work through it step by step, and he can run you through how the best way is to actually go through the paper and make those decisions.
Thanks, Mr. Knight. But first, Chair Robertson.
Yeah, it's just a question. Noting that we heard from the CE around the recommended savings, and just Richard, you said that you recommend that we take those savings as a starting point. Do we need to have a resolution around that, or just?
So there's a resolution further down.
Oh yeah.
In terms of the overall budget.
Yeah.
I think my recommendation, which is not a resolution, is that now I think those savings can be taken, and therefore we're starting with a a slightly lower increase than what went out in consultation, and that would have to still be confirmed as part of the overall budget envelope when we get to that point.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, Nick, the intent is to go through each proposal section as they are. So in that way, we'll be able to get that topic out of the way, and we know at the as we go through these up to about number 40, we will then have a very clear picture of our budget position. We will then have the opportunity for councillors to then bring their submissions forward or their recommendations forward for additional items or deletion of particular items. So I think that's when we'll get the actual picture of where we're heading. So, Councillor Meffin.
Sorry to labour the point around the possibility of that recommendation for the reduction in the rate. But I'm just wondering, Kevin, around the process around audit office and the audit of this plan. I don't want to add any complexity to this, but just want to ensure that we're following proper process in terms of the audit.
Mr. Rossler, an answer. Thank you.
Yes, so I'm stepping along, Nick, myself, and Nick's team is stepping along with Deloitte as we speak, actually, with a view to including the final audit report into the adopted plan. So yeah, the key thing, just to give more detail around that, the key thing will be, from audit's perspective, is what comes out of this decision making over the next 2 days and how that is accurately reflected into the final document, and that's the focus of the audit. And once they're satisfied with that, we've reflected the decisions.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Thanks, Mike.
Councillor Lloyd.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, before we get into it, we'd always talked about, like, the start of the report is around the the background of setting up the long-term plan and the submission process. So we had always talked about getting some stats on the information gleaned that come through social media, etc. But I don't ever remember seeing any stats where there's any useful information coming out of there.
Yeah, actually, you've got me there. There is an assessment I'm aware of, and it might have been a bit of an oversight if it hasn't been circulated. Yeah.
I'll just see if I can track that down now.
Yeah.
And get a second.
Yeah, that'd be good. Good, thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Sorry.
Yeah.
For those that are online, I'm not sure if we've got a clear response for them as to whether they should stay for chunks of all the debate and then have a recommendation at the end, or do them all towards the end.
We're going to discuss the proposal and then we will go. So proposal 1 is investing in our environment. We will then, once we have had that discussion, we will hopefully be in a position to move resolutions, recommendations 3 and 4. We will move those and then we will go on to public transport. And then move the appropriate public transport ones, and then go on to proposal 3, revenue and financing, move through those, and then carry on through each. Then we've got the flood protection, drainage, river management, and then the catchment rates. And so in each of those sections as they're offered there. Comfortable?
Can I just get an idea of when you're going to break for morning tea, lunch, etc. today, please?
Yes, we are going to be breaking every hour, and I'm just going to ask my very able assistant to tell me what time did we have allocated for lunch? 12 o'clock? Yeah, and at 12 o'clock we'll break for lunch.
Thank you.
But on every hour we're going to be stopping, Michael, just to ensure that everyone is up to pace and feeling okay with the COVID and the likes about. Thank you. Councillor McCaw.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just regarding the process, I would think it'd be a little bit risky if we were to have a discussion about one section and then then either approve or not approve that section based on that discussion. Because at the end of by the time we get to the end of the process, we may find that there's some higher priorities that are going to miss out because we've already approved something previously. So I'd probably prefer to be in a situation where we keep a record of where the discussions are and perhaps go as bring it together at the end, basically.
Disagree.
The issue with that is you have no idea at all when you get to the end of your discussions where you're going to concentrate on. If you're moving the particular recommendations as you go, we will have a total at the end of that period before we start talking of council law recommendations to the plan. You'll then know what those decisions have, the impact those decisions have had on your rates. At that stage, I would say that we would assess that particular position that we've come to, and then look at the prioritisation at that stage. Otherwise, you're going through this whole process with no clear indication where those decisions are actually taking you. And that's why we have decided. That's why I've decided as chair to go through that process, that we have a running tally of the implications of those particular demands. Otherwise, you've got no figures. You've got.
I'm happy to go with the will of the room.
That was my
Councillor Wilson.
That was
What about the hand?
question I raised earlier about pro forma doing it. The question I probably should have posed to Amanda or the CEO: is there any standing order that stops us changing that motion at the end?
It's called a council meeting in a month, in 3 or 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, look, I agree with.
Can I just offer something? So all the resolutions up to 29 concern the specific things that we consulted on. Once we get to 29, we're into what's termed must-do work, which is effectively the overall work programs. I think once we've gone through 1 to 28 and had some discussions about environmental funding, the key transport proposals and the rates, we could come back together as a group and decide at that point whether we're best for 29 through 38 to have an overall discussion and gather those ideas and thoughts, and then potentially resolve at the end of that. But I think for 1 through 28, we're actually, as described by the chair, is the appropriate way to do it. Make decisions on those key consultation topics, which includes the rating components, and then we can reassess for the balance of the discussion, which is where there is some general discussion on work program, those things that have been submitted on by the community, and those ideas that have been proposed by councillors.
Councillor Scott.
I'd just like to say that I support Kevin's proposal as you outlined. It's really important that the vote occurs subsequent to the debate while it's top of mind. If we do land up in a place in terms of rating implications that we don't want to be, as the CE has said, later in the meeting, we do have the opportunity to do some review. But at the end of the day, this is just a committee meeting, and in a number of weeks' time, we've got a council meeting where if there are some final tweaks that need to occur, then maybe that's the appropriate time, or in the interim period. It's my view. Thank you.
Richard.
So the advice is that if there is a recommendation made during the meeting, it can be revoked or changed with 75% agreement. So if we get to that point, we can. My recommendation still stands that I think 1 to 28 is the format makes sense. Make those decisions on those key consultation topics, and then I think we can bring the discussion back at that point around 29 onwards, and how we manage, I guess, the general work program and suggestions.
Would it help to uplift that standing order for the purpose of this meeting?
I don't think we need to, Kate.
Okay.
Yeah, we know that is a standing order. And I would hope that after the appropriate discussion on each item, that we would have a 75, a sound majority. And if at the end our figure is uncomfortable, I'm sure the degree of discomfort will be felt by a majority, by a sound majority, and we will then review those recommendations. I just think we need that figure going through so we have an understanding of what those implications are. But thank you for your concerns. Mr. Rossler.
All right. You're looking at.
Look, sorry, Mike, comfortable for you to do a briefing on the initial part of this paper, how we've got to where we've got, and then to start on proposal, the outline of proposal 1. Thank you.
Right. Okay. I'll keep that pretty brief because we've covered off. I think we've covered off the procedural stuff pretty well. But I don't know how the councils feel about that. But suffice to say that look, the key thing here for you, I think, is that we've got this consultation document, and this paper is very much based and follows through the format of this. Yeah. So looking at page 9. There are in your consultation document there in front of you, there's 3 key options that we've got, with the preferred one being $500,000 of that dedicated fund. Yeah. And so looking at page 9, you've got the table there showing the response from your community. I think you can take a steer from the support. There seems to be support for the general theme of this fund. I'm not sure what sort of steer you can take from the different levels of funding. I think that might have to all sit with councillors to sort of figure that one out. Suffice to say, again, I think looking at the feedback, and as you would expect, there's strong support for a larger amount from the environmental groups. Surprise, surprise. And on the other side, at the end of the spectrum, there's some sort of resonance about from people that are concerned about rate levels around increasing more than 500, and indeed having 500 at all. So there's that kind of feedback. So on page 9, you can see that staff are recommending that we stick with the preferred option, and I guess there's the debate as to whether you indeed run with it, and to what level.
Thank you, Mike. Let's start discussions and questions. Councillor Scott.
Apologies, I wasn't aware I had my hand in the air.
That's all right. Just if you could just make sure you're muted when you're fidgeting around would be really, really good. Councillor Weir.
Just wanted to clarify that it wasn't, and make sure I heard you right, that it wasn't just environmental groups that had submitted in favour of that 2 million. Is that correct? Also residents from across the region?
I can't get too granular here to answer that question, but I just made the point that the environmental groups are supportive of more, and that's no surprise, but I mean, that came through. That's a bit of a no-brainer, but there it is. And look, but the other, I didn't want to sort of overcomplicate the debate, but there's the second bit of this is then how we fund it. But I'd suggest that you talk about the notion of the dedicated fund first, and the level of it, and then you can have that second conversation around how it's funded.
Just for those following, so we're talking paragraph 25 onwards in terms of the summary feedback for this proposal, for those that are looking for that in the report.
Councillor Somerville.
Thanks. So just to clarify with the chair, you said in discussion and questions, I don't have a whole lot of questions about this, but there's plenty to say in discussion, which would normally be our debate
Yeah.
portion. How are we going to do this?
Quite right. No, we'll have questions at the start, and then I have had a councillor foreshadow a motion, and then we could have good discussion around that. But yeah, correct. Well
Stick to questions
well
for now.
pointed out.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. If you have questions,
No.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. My question is for the CEO, I think, or maybe Mike. We know that this doesn't have an effect in this long-term plan. Sorry, this 24-25 year, it takes effect the following year. The question is, if we put that at 2 million now, we can always reduce that, but it would be more problematic to reduce it later, to raise it later if we wanted to. Is that correct?
There's always an opportunity to amend it through the annual plan next year. I guess my recommendation would be that you have the debate today and set it at the level that you think is appropriate. And if circumstances change next year through the annual plan process, then absolutely there's an opportunity to modify the amount within that fund.
Yeah. The only other part in the recommendations that I've got a concern about is it's whether it is the total fund to fund complete projects or the philosophy behind it. That isn't covered off in the recommendations, but just confirming that there would be a body of work potentially with the community saying how would this work as seed funding as opposed to complete funding.
Yes, that's right, Kate. So, and it was the reason that we had recommended this wouldn't start until year 2 in any event, is there's quite a bit of work to do just to establish the framework for that, and that would involve conversations obviously around this table and with the community as well. So that was the intent behind commencing the fund in year 2.
Okay, and sorry, last question is, I'm still blurry on the ICM CAP or Catchment Action Plan budget and where that fits in, but I have got a question about that for later, I mean at some stage, to understand, because I don't want to double dip, but having worked on the Caplins, I'm really interested in making sure that these projects are funded and whether they've got adequate funding, because I see them in a similar scope. At the moment, the ICM work has a different budget line, is that correct?
Kevin, can you jump in on that one?
That's correct. The ICM program is a separate thing.
The CAP, how much funding, does anyone know what funding we've got in for the CAP work?
I can answer that. I've had a look. Yeah, it is we've got a separate we've separated out the activity, but whether it's all integrated catchment management, it's sort of the overarching environmental management. So there's a lot of staff time in there, but within that there is 200,000 per year of supplies and services. So that's external OPEX that we can spend that's specifically tagged for catchment action plans, for creating catchment action plans.
But not for
so that's the only thing that's specifically there that's, a one-off line. But obviously I would assume, I'm not 100% sure, but I would assume that a fair amount of the staff time that's in there would be associated with developing catchment action plans as well.
No, sorry, I think you're missing the point. I want to know what the budget is for actual funding of CAP schemes, because there's no point having a plan.
Your question, Kate, is do we have any budget allocated for the delivery of actions within the catchment action plan? That's the question you're asking.
I think I've asked it,
Well, we're clarified now. So I think at the moment, and sorry, Nick or Gavin, you're going to have to jump in, but if I recall the discussions through the budget build phase, we haven't allocated specific funding directly against delivery of catchment action plans. It would need to be considered once those action plans are delivered, depending on who is delivering them, which party is delivering them, what access might be made through the funds that we have, the Eco Fund, this fund, whatever that might be. But there was no dedicated budget, if I recall right, specifically tagged to catchment action plan delivery.
Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
On mute, Michael.
You're on mute, Michael.
Thank you. Sorry. Gosh, I was just, my apologies. Can you help me with this, please, Richard? There is some proposals like to be proposed in the next wee while. Some councillors support increasing that 500,000 to $2 million. Can you tell me where on the new figures we've been given today on operational expenditure, this is the updated LTP Perth staff recommendations, where the $500,000 fits, as in under what? Is it under biodiversity and biosecurity, or is it under land and water? And if it was to be taken to $2 million or 1 million or something in between, what the effect upon the new rates figures would be?
So thanks, Rob. I understand the question. I might just defer to Nick on that one.
Yeah, so I'll just have to find out exactly which one that was in, but assuming that I'll answer your second question first. Assuming that that it was added, so we had $500,000 extra rating from year 2 on, in the numbers, so that was already in there, because as Richard said, we were assuming that we were just going to reallocate some of the existing funding that we had in year 1 to keep things going, and then set this up for year 2 properly. So the extra 500 rating kicked in year 2. That then, so if it was to go to 2 million, that would then mean that we would have to add 1.5 million for year 2. So it won't have any impact on year 1. That would stay at that 16.4%. But the year 2 rates increase that we've got in those amended numbers, that was 11.2%, would then increase to 13.5%. So it would increase by 2.3%. And then it actually doesn't really have any impact on the increases for the subsequent years, because the 1.5 extra is already in there.
Yeah. Okay. And what heading have you got it under?
I'd have to just filter that and have a look. I did have a look. I remember looking at this the other day just to check where it was, and I can't.
But that's all right. So
yeah,
for the extra 1.5 million for year 2 would lead to roughly a 2% rates increase for that particular year.
Yeah, 2.3% for year 2.
Thank you so much.
I would assume it's it's in biodiversity implementation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Roy.
Thank you. My question is just going back to Kate and just clarification. So it is, would this fund be a suitable source of funds to fund catchment action plans as a result of the integrated catchment management process that we're doing?
So this table will have we will bring back the framework in terms of the operating model for this fund for sign off. And so if the table determines that actually funding of catchment action plans out of ICM is something that could be funded out of this wider scale, then that we could incorporate it into that as an alternative to setting aside a different budget line.
So it could be as part of the terms of reference for this fund, which we'll decide during this 12 months period between now and next year. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Weir.
I'm happy to move an alternative motion to the recommendation 3, being a dedicated fund of 2 million from year 2 onwards for inclusion into the long-term plan. I assume we want to sort this before we look at the regional versus district. So I'll just leave it at that for now.
Certainly. So you're making an alteration to recommendation 3, being dedicated funding of, instead of the 500,000, we're increasing that to $2 million from year 2 onwards, and that is part of our consultation that we went to option 3 that we consulted on. Have you a seconder for that motion, Councillor Somerville?
That's good.
Second, Councillor Somerville. Right, let's go into debate. Councillor Ware, do you want to lead that off?
Yeah, happy to lead us off there. Look, this is an extra $5 a year for the 400k property, for example, and it's something with very clear public support throughout our consultation document. Obviously, this question's still around the framework and operating model to determine over the next year, and we always knew that was the case, but I think that this fund with the $2 million has massive potential, and really enables the community to take the lead on the environmental work that we're championing as a council. Kia ora.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. I support this motion. This is about supporting community and the work that they are doing and want to do. 2/3 of respondents wanted a fund, 60% wanted the $2 million of those that responded. I think that with these types of projects, they need to have an initial firm commitment to funding to be able to reach partnership funding. Without that initial firm commitment, a project is unreachable. It goes towards probable once they do have that. So I also believe that these types of projects harness for every dollar invested around $4 to $5 of value through the in-kind type of commitment that community will give to the types of projects that we're seeing in Otago. We've got some projects that are leading in a national space in terms of biosecurity, biodiversity, and water quality work. So it's there, it's being led by the community, and that's what we're about in local government, supporting what our community wants from us. And the indication through the submissions are that this is, I suppose, a tangible product that community does want to invest in.
Councillor Laws.
Thank you. Can I first of all deal with the issue of this is what respondents want? A tiny, negligible number of people actually submitted on the Otago Regional Council's long-term plan, which indicates the mass disengagement of the mass majority of constituents of the Otago Regional Council from a belief that anything that they would do or say could possibly influence what seemed to be predetermined decisions already made. And I understand that frustration and can therefore understand why so few people submitted. But then to argue that those who did submit, somehow their weight is much more important as a consequence seems peculiar to me. We have already also just heard that this would lead directly to a 2.3% rates increase in year 2 as a consequence of this particular motion, which sort of leads you to the next issue is why is the Otago Regional Council peculiarly insensitive to the financial and economic circumstances of our constituents in Otago? In the midst of a cost of living crisis and enormous financial hardship in our wider community, the Otago Regional Council is not only going to impose 16% plus rise this year and 11% the next year, but is now just unilaterally deciding to add another 2.3% in pursuit of some vanity projects that might or might not exist in the community. and that might or might not have any effect upon improving it. You're going to hear a lot from me today about this cost of living crisis and how the Otago Regional Council seems determined to contribute to it. I will not be voting for this motion.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I am supporting this pro forma in that I want to see what comes out of it. I think it's a really sad indictment on how poorly we invest in community environmental implementation, which has proven time and time again to be more effective than a planning and regulatory regime. I appreciate that we need to do those other things, and it's a statutory duty, but actually the best effects, and that's actually been written up in some of our planning decisions, has come from communities doing stuff because it's the right thing to do. We have invested a huge amount of time setting up and starting to run out the integrated catchment management workshops with barely any budget for investing in the actual plans that they develop, and that's a failure on our part to date. And I have raised it. I understand why it's happened. I'm not being critical in that. I think it's really important that we plan for those projects to have some funding, and I would see it as coming out of this money. This isn't just for Jobs for Nature projects coming to an end. It has to have a much bigger mindset in that and be driving region-wide and community-wide projects. So on that basis, I'm supporting it with the very clear knowledge that I may well vote against it when it's developed up, either later in this year for next year, although it's not going to have an effect this year, but for the annual plan in 25-26.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, cool. Thank you very much. I will be supporting this motion. Excuse my voice. As we all know, we've got significant biodiversity, environmental, climate change issues. As Councillor Wilson pointed out, there has been an impact in terms of Jobs for Nature. This is an opportunity to continue some momentum to support some existing and successful projects as well as new potential projects. This is an opportunity to make a significant difference. And as a percentage of our overall expenditure as a council, it's still relatively small, but it's a direct connection to the environment, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, look, I urge some financial constraint here. We've just received a report from the CE where there's been identification of 200% of rate increase in the first motion, pro forma motion that we're dealing with. That's basically going to extinguish that saving. So I won't support the motion, and what I would rather see would be that we make a commitment beyond year 2 where the investment in our environment increases, or this fund increases 250 per annum for the life of the 10-year plan. And why I suggest that, I think that, and I appreciate the 500,000 requires a year lead-in work to really understand where we can get the best bang for our bucks in partnership with these community groups and in partnership with whoever's in that space across the region. But I just think we need some more time. We do need constraint. I accept that a lot of submissions highlighted the need that ongoing rate increases, and I'm actually promoting that after year 2. But we need to be mindful of, as Councillor Laws has alluded to, the cost of living crisis. And I just think we should take a slightly different approach. rather than stepping up in year 2 instead of the 500 that we consulted on. The extra 1.5 I think is a step too far, and as I say, I have an alternative if this motion is lost.
Councillor Forbes.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this motion. Investing in our community groups to do this work it's smart financially, it's smart socially and environmentally. So it just ticks all those boxes. It shows our commitment to our job, our managing our environment, the main part of our job, shows our commitment to that. It shows our well-placed belief in what sorry, I should have my microphone on. It shows our well-placed belief in what can be achieved by community groups in the environment, and it allows those groups the ability to leverage that fund, our $2 million, into far greater investment, because it's our confidence in them that underpins the investment they seek from other organisations. And finally, gains in the environment are gains in the community and gains for now and into the future. It's a no-brainer. Thanks.
Councillor Somerville.
Thanks. Look, I think Councillor Forbes has just said most of what I wanted to say. But I will point out that, yes, I'm very mindful that increasing the fund to $2 million, which I support, is another cost to our ratepayers. But it's also another great benefit to ratepayers and the other people of Otago as well. And so that is really important. I think that, it's an imaginative and innovative proposal. And I think the point that it brings great value, because as we've pointed out, this is not going to fund, we don't intend this, there's more working out to do, but we don't intend this to fund the whole of projects, but as a way of bringing in funding from other groups and the work of those volunteer groups and other organisations to build on that is really helpful. We heard through the long-term plan process submissions from groups who are working in this area, and they explained the situation they were in, and they had strong support from this. So he's very pleased to support this at a level of $2 million from next year. Thanks.
Before I go to Councillor Weir, I'd just like to make a comment in support of the motion. So I'll go to Councillor McCall first. Yep.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just talking in support of the motion. Most of it's already been said. I just want to just briefly go back to when we first started this process, like in October last year, or when we're doing our strategic direction, we're doing brainstorming, and the number one thing was we wanted to have our point of difference, and we wanted to be investing in our environment for the future. And this has very much come out of that brainstorming session where we've given the options for people to invest in the environment, to support our communities, to create our partnerships, and to scale up whatever funding we do have. And I see this as just the start of actually going to a larger model also of sustainable funding, whereby it's not just from the rate part, but we've got to start somewhere. And so we can start bringing in outside sources of funding as well. But by sending a clear signal that investing in and providing for our environment is our key point of difference, is why we are here around the table. So we need to step up and actually walk our own story. And I believe this is just the start of a change of direction for the environment. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. Look, just going to our actual paper, where a couple of key points I take from it is that we do need to support our community, the existing groups and new groups, and leverage from their knowledge, networks and expertise. I think that's a very key part. We are doing and about to increase our work on the implemented catchment plans, and then we're going to be asking through our land and water plan, we're going to be asking our catchment groups and our ratepayers in general to head their environment towards particular target attribute states, which is all a great move, but somehow along the way we're going to have to find some funding to enable that and to start that process off. So for ORC to be the enabler to seed that and start that process, I think it's a very strong strategy, but we do need to have a robust process within it that we start attracting other funds to make that process, because this is a huge area that will soak up a lot of cash. So we need a very robust process to seek private funding or government funding, indeed, where that's appropriate. We must be very mindful that if we are going to put a $2 million impost onto our ratepayers, that somewhere within our system we are making savings or efficiencies that will offset that to ensure our burden doesn't increase. So that will be my caveat that I'll be looking to achieve before we enact this in a year's time. Councillor Weir, for your right to reply.
Thank you. I'll just reiterate what everyone else has said in support of this fund. And that, again, moving it to 2 million is for a 400k property, $5 a year extra. I just want to nip in the bud what I hope will not be a thing today of sort of selective hearing when it comes to the community, because we know from hearing from the community that there are economic struggles with the cost of living and stuff. But we also know from hearing from the community that there are areas that they want us to invest in and invest in more. And I think that, we also know from talking to people around us that people are struggling economically. Friends who can't afford to live anywhere and are currently homeless right now. And they want us to invest in this $2 million fund. These two things are not mutually exclusive, and we do have to be prudent. But when the community is telling us to do something, just because they also are struggling economically doesn't mean they don't want us to invest in these areas and many others, because we all benefit from them, and we should be listening to everything the community is saying, not just certain parts.
Option 3.
I call for a division.
I wasn't going to this particular one, but if you so wish, Councillor Scott, division has been called and we will enact that. The motion has just been put up. Should that be proposal 3? Yeah. It should be just option 3. Yeah. So option 3 for.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Just one moment. We're just putting that up on screen. So that I'll just read that approves the preferred consultation option 3 for proposal 1, investing in our environment.
It's not preferred.
Sorry?
The template would be the preferred. So it was the staff preference, I presume.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even read the word preferred. Approves the consulted option 3 for proposal 1, investing in our environment being a dedicated fund of $2 million from year 2 onwards, with inclusion in our long-term plan 2024-34. A division has been called.
Councillor Forbes?
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher?
No.
Councillor Laws?
No.
Councillor Malcolm?
Yes.
Councillor McCall?
Yes.
Councillor Metham?
Yes.
Councillor Noon?
No.
Councillor Robertson?
Yes.
Councillor Scott?
Yes.
Councillor Somerville?
Yes.
Councillor Weir?
Yes.
Councillor Wilson?
Yes.
That's 9 for, 3 against, motion carried.
Carried. We will now take a break until 10:30. Councillor Scott's voice is getting a bit croaky, so he needs a break. Thank you.
Chair, I was just wondering if we could get the recommended page, the recommendation page, get them printed.
Yeah, we can do
I think
that.
that'd be great to have them
Right.
printed, yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Hello, Richard.
Thank you, team. We will head through the process now for approximately another hour. I realise we do have lunch at 12, but I just want to check in with everyone that everyone is okay. And as proposed, we're going to stop with it every hour or so. So we'll just check in that process. We now move, and we're looking from page paragraph 25 onwards on our paper for the day, and we're still talking investing in our environment. Proposal 1, we move to we have a recommendation that is noted, and that's deciding the way that we will actually fund the now $2 million fund. So I'll answer any questions on that recommendation.
Excuse me, just for clarification.
Yeah.
I've got
Mike.
Thanks. Just wondering, is that paragraph 425 is something else on my page?
That's further down in the discussion.
So the paragraph 25 refers to the discussion on this topic.
Yes.
The resolution we are talking about is resolution 4.
Resolution 4.
Yeah.
So if you just want history on it, you can, that's where we go to paragraph 25, but the resolution is resolution 4, which I think we are getting a list of all those resolutions.
We've got them
We've
there.
got those. So yeah, we're talking resolution 4.
Okay.
Comfortable? Now, just before we kick off that,
Thank you.
So just for those online, we'll email a separate resolution sheet, so you're not having to jump back and forward in the substantive report. So just that's coming through very shortly.
Can I ask a question on that?
yes,
Sorry, I've got a printed copy because I get the printed agenda. Is it the same? Are they the same recommendations without amendment, Richard?
That's correct.
4, 5, and 6 on page 4, 5, and 6.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Noon and Councillor Wilson.
Just a clarification, now that we've passed recommendation 3, we now would be considering, as per the consultation document, option 3, which is in terms of the funding of the $2 million, which is either the district rate approach or the regional approach, correct?
Correct.
Yep, cool.
Which on the consultation document was, if you do have that, was page 7 on that, which highlights and brings that to the fore. Councillor Wilson.
I appreciate we consulted on this. I'm not quite sure that we got a really clear mandate, or whether in some ways we had enough information what that could look like. Is there an absolute necessity to pass this motion at the moment, or is it something that we can put as I suppose for the purposes of putting it in the plan, we have to, as a preferred option, but that we can continue to develop it up, even potentially adding in catchment areas later when it comes back to annual plan next year?
So what am I hearing there, Councillor Wilson, is that as we develop the terms of reference and the full implication of this fund, you would see it more appropriate to decide the rating base at that stage?
I appreciate, and before Richard gets concerned, we need to put something in it for now, but what I don't want this motion to do is to have the effect that it binds us all the way through to the annual plan. I just want to raise it that we could be changing that method for the annual plan, I presume.
Yeah.
So the answer, Kate, yes. Obviously, we would need to go through a full consultation, as it would be a change to the way in which we are rating, but the opportunity still exists for that conversation next year.
I think given the $2 million that we need to probably go with this as an option at the moment, then thank you. I'm happy to move it when it needs it.
I'm just not clear on what you're saying there, Councillor Wilson. Could you just...
Sorry, I think it has to be regional at the moment, and then, sorry, I think I've done that wrong with district.
So you're asking me to come back to you at motion stage as
Oh, no,
a
no, don't worry about that. I was thinking out loud and I should have turned my mic off.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Forbes.
Sorry, no questions.
Comfortable, Councillor Laws.
Two questions, very quickly. I assume that now means that in the updated staff recommendations, the rate increase for year 2, 25-26 is now 13.5%. That's the first question.
So we will update the overall impact on rates to then be resolved at the end of the process, Michael, but it will reflect that.
So is that at the end of today or at the council meeting, Richard?
It'll just test with Nick. We've got 2 days, so we'll make those changes and ensure the data is available, but you'll effectively be resolving that overall funding package at the end of tomorrow, and then we'll bring it back again at the council meeting at the end of June.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Somerville, then Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. Look, the recommendation as it stands at the moment says environmental project funded by a targeted rate on districts that participate. How does anyone decide what districts would participate? I guess is my question then.
I think my understanding is that the detail around how funding is allocated, the process of that is to be worked through, and then that sets the basis of who's been funded and what level of funding is drawn down by a district. That's my understanding.
I think, Ellen, if I remember the consultation conversations before we went out, there was a feeling that there might be different feedback or different preferred approaches from different districts within the region. So by rating at a district base, it gives the option for for some districts to be included and others not to be, if the feedback was strongly one way or the other. And that's where the preferred option had landed for the consultation document, with the alternative being that obviously it is a general region-wide rate, and it's just applied across the region in that way.
And I understand then that we haven't received that district feedback to go one way or another in different places. So, I mean, there's no clear direction on that one from districts.
Not, I'd have to just check with Mike, but in terms of, I mean, obviously the overall ones are there within paragraph 26 of the report, which is 41 for the district and 63 for a region-wide rate. Mike, I don't know whether we've got a breakdown within that.
No, but I can give you an example just off memory. The Waitaki District Council feedback is that obviously the smaller councils and districts note that it's tougher.
Yeah.
Than farmers, so it's fully and ties back to the.
Okay.
Well, clearly, if you're going down the route of a bigger fund, well, makes it even tougher, doesn't it? If you want to draw down larger amounts.
Okay, thank you. Look, if Councillor Wilson hasn't snapped up the opportunity already, I'd be foreshadow that I would be happy to move a motion to amend this to say it should be region-wide funding, if I have that opportunity. Thank you. After questions.
I'll come back to you on that, but first we have a question. Councillor Methven, did you still want a question?
Yep, I will actually. I'm looking at the consultation document, and just that that section there. Council's preferred option is for this to be funded by a targeted rate for each of the 5 districts in Otago. I think this participation thing is a little bit of a red herring.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry, that was just my input there.
We will go back to Councillor Somerville. Is there any further questions?
I'm happy to second Councillor Somerville's motion.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you very much. look, it seems to me that well, yes, I'm proposing that, yeah, we go for the region-wide rate. It seems to me that makes much better sense. What are we talking? Ke uta ki tai, from the mountains to the sea. Environmental work isn't going to be based on district boundaries. We need to look at that over our whole region. Funding and spending that money, making our decisions regionally, also allows us to look at the whole picture and see where the great priorities are. And as we've had pointed out as well, particularly since this is now raised to $2 million, that would be a much larger amount to pay for those districts with a smaller rating base. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded, that was seconded by Councillor Scott and noted. Further discussion? Councillor Forbes, Councillor Noon.
I will be supporting this motion, and I think the people who've thought about it in their submissions have supported that way as well. I think probably certainly when I first looked at this, I thought, well, the money should stay in the regions it's collected. But on deeper reflection and figuring out where we are with the whole community and the opportunity for our entire region to work together and nobody get left behind because they have a smaller base somewhere, has become really important. That I think that submitters have thought about that well, and I now have too, and will be supporting that be distributed on a regional level. Thank you.
Councillor No.
Yes, I can. You may be surprised, but I can support this motion. Yeah, I think as Councillor Forbes has said, whether it's biodiversity, biosecurity, it's a region-wide issue. But I would just highlight, if you look at those numbers that we consulted on and the large amounts when we are using the capital value mechanism to rate, the sorts of anomalies we get across the region, where if you take the Mulraki constituency, which is a relatively large area with a low population, you have some really, you've got some high numbers there if it was on an area-based regime. So I'm just noting that going forward, we just need to be mindful how much we load up on ratepayers in using a capital value regime. But I support the motion.
Councillor Scott, then Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, Cole, I'm happy to support this motion, and I've seconded this motion for it to be a regional rate. And I think one of the key challenges going forward when we set up the process for the distribution of the $2 million is to seriously spread it around the region. Previously we focused on Dunedin typically in terms of our bigger projects. We've got Upper Lakes, we've got Catlins, we've got Central Otago, we've got North Otago. I'd like to see parts of that 2 million spread on significant projects throughout the region, and for that to be part of that process. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm going to support this, but be really clear in my understanding that we will have some really interesting decisions coming forward, and that while this is a placeholder, really, I think that possibly is room for us to be considering using a mixture of ways, depending on what projects in the end meet the criteria to get in here, and with the knowledge that the ICM work is exciting the community, and the expectation is that we will be able to, and that we need to be able to have funding to back up some of that work as well, aligned to that better. Some things will be at a district scale, some will be at a catchment scale, and some will be region-wide benefits, and how we mix that up is going to be really fraught. Putting something in the budget is really easy. How we actually discern how the money goes out is possibly going to be the hardest part of this, and I'm sure that the staff are going to be wondering how this is going to be played out in the long term, but it is a starting point only for me. I hope the staff will come back with some options later.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. That is 4 or 5 people that have spoken in favour. Have we dissenting views that wish to talk? If not, we will put the motion on the table. Oh, sorry, we'll give the mover. No. I've had. There's a dissenting view, Councillor Methven.
No, it wasn't.
Thank you. We will put the motion. We will put the motion up on the table. Sorry, up on the screen. In that motion B. Approves the revenue and financing policy to fund proposal 1, investing in our environment by a dedicated funding of $2 million from year 2 onwards by a targeted Otago-wide rate.
Sorry, can I just check that with Nick? My understanding is it's a general Otago-wide rate. Nick?
I think, yeah, if you want to just call it, it would be a targeted rate. It's just a matter of if it's going to be regional wide. I mean, we can determine in year 2 exactly what rate it is, whether it's a new rate or whether it even just uses the catchment management rate, because that's already a regional wide targeted rate, which is where this activity funds sits. So, but we could decide that exactly what the rate is. We could decide for year 2, but it would definitely be targeted, not general rates.
Okay.
So I would suggest, given that consultation material referred to funded by Otago-wide rate, that we just refer in the resolution by an Otago-wide rate, and we determine through the annual plan whether it is a uses the catchment management rate or develops a new rate, and we'll do that next year.
Councillor No.
Can I just clarify? The consultation document clearly indicated the numbers vary between a $500,000 property and a $4 million property. So obviously the calculation was done under a capital value rating mechanism. So that's what we consulted on. So just when Nick says a targeted wide rate, it is, just to confirm, it is on capital value.
It is on
That's what the document, it's what the consultation.
Exactly. Yeah, all the consultation numbers were before, whether it was district or region wide, it was based on capital value.
Yeah.
Clear.
Yes, Matt.
The mover, do you wish to talk?
Thank you. Yeah, look, I think just to say that the decision to set up this fund is very, very promising. There's a whole lot of work to get to work out exactly how it's going to work. I look forward to that, and I look forward to the fund being in operation. Thanks.
Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
No.
Recorded, gentlemen.
Okay.
Do you wish that recorded?
Yes, please.
Councillor Laws and Callagher were not in favour of that motion, and that is to be recorded. Thank you. Now we'll hand back to Mr. Rosler to outline proposal 2, public transport, the consultation.
Sorry, I'm just
sorry,
there was a question earlier in the day around the social media summary, and apologies that staff did not record that in the report, and I will be circulating that very shortly and making sure it's up on the website for the public to see as well. So we had a significant Facebook presence through the LTP and received 1,400 comments or direct messages about the LTP. So very good engagement through that forum. team have done an assessment. It is hard to assess each of those comments, but it is important that people have taken the time to leave them, that we do include them. The key themes that came through the Facebook comments were rates increases are unreasonable and unaffordable, some concerns around the consultation process not being listened to, and some general comments questioning what the ORC does with those rates. So I will circulate that now. There were no specific Facebook comments related to that previous item, but there are a couple in there around transport. So I will do that now to enable, and I apologise that that wasn't circulated, but that just gives that, while it's not formal feedback through the submission process and through our submission portal, it is people who have chosen to engage with the process through social media. So we'll get that out now.
Thank you, Richard. And if we go to page 11 on our diligent document, which is investing in public transport proposal 2, Mr. Rossler.
All right. So the consultation document had 2 key proposals. The proposal 2 was split between Dunedin Services and Queenstown Services. Page 11 from paragraph 33 just gives you some sort of broader context around the community feedback consultation. There was a lot of really detailed feedback around bus services, both from Queenstown and Dunedin residents. And 33 just gives some important context for councillors around, just as a reminder of the work that went in, business cases work that went in to develop to get us to this point. And there's those 4 points there around the time that went in to do that, and the partners that were involved, and indeed the business cases, the substantive, and the application of principles like funding sustainability. And look, a helicopter view across comments, and this is me saying this, so you might disagree, but my view was that very broadly supporting some of this perspective appeared to be cost agnostic. In other words, it's just the service is great, more of it, please. And that's great. And the non-supporting perspective is more about concerned about cost and rating impacts and sustainability of it, and also the flavour of I don't use it, therefore why should I pay for it? That's so. And again, no surprises there, but just a lot of detail came through around that. So in terms of looking at and jumping into 37 there, Dunedin Services, the key question: do you support increased investment in Dunedin and the addition of extra services? Again, a small number of responders, relatively speaking, that there seems to be a lean towards support for improving services. And 38 there with the exact numbers. And then some more detailed sentiment is provided around that under 39. Which then leads you down into recommendation 5, that we indeed run with our preferred option as consulted, which I'm reading the consultation document here. Option 1, extra services on popular routes, brackets Pine Hill, Carton Hill, Opaho, Shield Hill, and electric buses. And the sub-points under that: longer running hours, more frequent buses for those areas. Plan work to replace with electric. With that goal of zero emissions by 2035. And from 28-29 services to be further upgraded, heading to the Pine Hill, Carton Hill, Opaho, Shield routes, and more frequency basically, and then the financial impacts around that. And our alternative option was to keep running the same timetables and upgrade the fleet. But there'll be no additional services. So that's the alternative. So should we just stop then? Should I talk through Queenstown, or should we just how do you want to?
No, I think if we just do Dunedin
Dunedin,
for which is proposal 2, public transport, and its recommendation 5, which is around about the service, and then 6 is then we'll go back to Queenstown, and then we go on to recommendation 7 to 11, which is the funding discussion. Right, so if we work through recommendation 5, which approves the preferred consultation option of proposal 2, investing in public transport, Dunedin being the consulted extra services on popular routes and electric buses. Questions?
No, happy to move when you're ready.
Yeah. Oh, quick question. Yes.
I just wanted to check if you want questions around stuff. That's Dunedin public transport, but not the specific proposal to be saved for recommendation 32.
Yeah.
Cool. So then.
Council Laws.
Given the events of the last week, and we didn't consult on it, but we need to address it, and this would seem to be the time to do that. There is no additional provision from what I can see for additional security for either Dunedin or the Queenstown. Dunedin would seem to be the more pressing, but I don't know what Queenstown's like. Do we need to today, if we are actually going to approve extra services, include an extra security service as well? And has some rough funding been done around the additional funding that would be required to meet that need?
Councillor Laws, I'll hand to Mr. Saunders to answer that question, but if there is no provision under this, this is about the Dunedin service, and if part of that is to increase securities or look at that, I think we would bring that in as a specific recommendation once we have passed these recommendations. But we would do that at about recommendation sort of 41, I think it is, when we come into councillor promoted recommendations. But I agree 100% with your sentiment.
Yeah, so Michael, there is provision for, you're right, there is provision for continuation of the current security services in Dunedin at approximately $200,000 per annum as a subsidised service at the 51% FAR rate. There is an opportunity for council to have a discussion. We're obviously awaiting the formation of the working group and the discussion with a number of parties around what steps might need to be taken to improve the overall safety, both or on the whole public transport service on bus and in bus hub. So if there was a desire for council to allocate some additional funding as a placeholder for security services, if one of the outcomes of those working group conversations is additional security, then it would be appropriate to do that, as Kevin said, either towards the end in 41 or even in the transport recommendations in 32, which talk to making adjustments to the draft long-term plan. So that's recommendation 32.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Further questions? Councillor,
You need a seconder? I'm happy to.
I'm just getting a first an action first, and then I will ask, but it's lovely to hear that voice, and we will note that you wish to do that. Councillor Noon.
So I'm happy to move what's recommendation 3, proposal 2, public transport, recommendation 5, beg your pardon.
Hey. We are doing 5 and 6 separately. Yeah, so we're doing 5. And a seconder, we have Councillor Wilson. Discussion.
Yeah, can I just briefly comment? The focus on improving passenger transport across the region. Obviously, Dunedin and Queenstown, we're going to deal with Queenstown shortly, but Dunedin's fares and frequency business case was very much based on providing a more convenient, reliable, sustainable service to meet the needs not only currently but going forward. And obviously the target to increase patronage by 4%, so from the current 4 to 8%, which is doubling the patronage. And I think it's important to realise that you won't get those increases if we continue with what we've got in terms of the current service. And if I give you an example, we have had reported at this table through the Public and Active Transport Committee the recent patronage numbers for, I think it was late February, the 27th and 29th, where there was 14,500 and whatever passengers on the 27th, and then a couple of days later, and it was a record number for Dunedin passenger transport numbers, and then a couple of days later, that number was broken again. So there is an ongoing demand. We know that. There's also an ongoing expectation that our service will continue to move with the times. We've made the commitment with electrifying or decarbonising the fleet over a number of years as those 5 contracts fall due across that feed or provide the service across the city. We recognise that drivers are now paid a wage that reflects the responsibility and role that bus drivers have. So I think we're moving with the times. We're accepting going forward there needs to be a high level of service, and the fares and business case helps to achieve that.
Further discussion? Councillor McCall, then Forbes.
Oh no, I had a question, sorry, for my other question.
Yes, but we are out of question time, but I will permit it at this
Just
stage.
a clarification that, okay, we haven't got the motion on the table, but if NZTA does not part fund the proposal, it'll actually revert. I'd like to know what happens if that happens.
So if we can't, if we don't get approval for the full subsidy that we have budgeted on in this draft long-term plan, we will be bringing that back to council to discuss what the implications are and what choices you want to make around service provision and cost. At the moment, it is included on the assumption that we will receive that part funding.
And if that was to be the case, it would be a reduction. At the end of the day,
it'll be up to you. We could choose to meet the shortfall, or you might choose to reduce.
Thank you.
Councillor Forbes, then Councillor Wilson.
Yes, I'll be voting for this as well. The investment in public transport is part of what we do. It's core business, and it has benefits in any lens that you put across that spending. It has community benefits, economic benefits, climate benefits, etc., and we need to continue going down this track. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
This is the lowest hanging fruit that we can have as actions for climate change mitigation, and I support it. I'm not necessarily supportive, and I need to, then why I'm speaking to this motion is I don't think we've got the funding model correct, or the rating model for it, and so I won't be necessarily supporting those. But I think for Dunedin, a size of Dunedin, it has been a city that grew on use of buses. It has a layout that is really suited to buses, and we should be facilitating that as best we can, and changing and giving people the options to lower their own personal carbon footprints. And so very, very supportive.
Councillor Weir.
Yeah, very supportive of this motion. There's some, as Kate said, pretty low hanging fruit. Some basic improvements just to routes 10/11 and 5/6, moving towards every 15 minutes over time. And again, just looking at those two routes, but that will have a massive impact for a lot of people that rely on those routes. who will be able to actually rely on them in a proper sense now. Very supportive of this and looking forward to going above and beyond this in the future as we need to go.
Councillor Laws.
The rise in patronage, I think, is more likely to be correlated to the cost of living crisis, to be honest with you, than anything else. So I don't know necessarily that's a mode change at all. It's just a recognition of our current financial circumstances. And many people in Dunedin are not at the top end of the socioeconomic tree. But the move towards also electrifying the fleet seems curious to me. I still haven't seen what additional funding there might be as a consequence of moving the vehicles from diesel to electric. And I guess I'm thinking that this is more of an act of faith than a rational economic move. But if Dunedin wants to pay for subsidising a small percentage of its population, then that's Dunedin's decision. I won't stand in its way.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Noon, do you wish to talk to your motion?
I never mentioned about the trials for region wide, because I assume that this motion covers off the whole proposal that went out. That's what it essentially says in terms of the consultation document. So just covering that off, it flags the ability to, am I right or wrong?
So there, those regional routes are covered off, and this is Dunedin, the Dunedin specific consultation. So 32, which is what I referred to before around the ability to catch some other transport things, does refer to those regional routes in terms of Clutha and
apologies, nothing to say.
Reaffirming your support. Yes. So we have a motion proves the preferred consultation option for proposal 2 investing in public transport, Dunedin being the consultant extra services on popular routes and electric buses, moved by Councillor Noon, seconded by Councillor Wilson.
Can the option 1 please be put in there, not preferred option or preferred option 1? It isn't easy to read them against the consulting necessarily, because it's option 1 and option 2. They're not called preferred, I think. In the
Yeah, I'm looking at the consultation document. It has a big green.
Okay. Yeah, it's still option 1 though. Yeah.
You can do both.
Yeah, it has in the consultation document on page 11. It has got it as the preferred option.
Okay, sorry, but it's also called option 1, and that's when you were changing them in the previous example on the
yes, no, I think you're correct. Yeah, let's take it to option 1, so we know we're going straight back and we're looking at option 1. Thank you. So are you comfortable with that, mover?
Absolutely.
You don't want to re-talk on the regional services again? Good. Those in favour?
Aye.
Again? No dissensions. Carried. We now move to recommendation 4. Recommendation 6. And that's approves the preferred consultation option for proposal 2, investing in public transport, Queenstown Lakes being the consulted bus and ferry service improvements.
Happy to move.
I will ask, I've noted that, but I will ask, is there any questions?
Did it actually involve any?
Excuse me, waiting, just quietly. Councillor Laws has a question.
Thank you. Can I ask the staff, please? We got a level of feedback on this issue, particularly from those I thought living in the Wanaka-Hawe area who are going to be rated for a service they don't receive. Can I just clarify that that's still the proposal?
You go.
So, Michael, this is, you're correct, and that will come up in the resolutions around how we fund public transport. This recommendation 6 just relates to the increased services that are being provided or proposed to be provided as part of the consultation document. But there was significant feedback on the funding, and that specifically comes through that recommendations 7 to 11, which are next.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, just for clarity. Oh God, there's so many buttons to push. Sorry. Look, I just don't like the motion because I think it's suggesting ferry service improvements. I just want to be really clear that we consulted, while we consulted on it, it was for existing ferry service and improved bus service.
Okay.
Okay, I will work on that with governance support while you guys have your moving and speaking, and then we'll pop it up on screen.
Sorry.
Yeah, well done. No, it's already pointed, and just reading there, it does say retain existing ferry services as option 1. No, I have a mover. Council.
Just pop it up on screen just to make sure the moves.
Who moved that? Yeah.
And then Andrew, I think.
Councillor Forbes, and the
Andrew was-
second was Councillor Noon. Do you wish to talk now, Councillor Forbes?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually. I'm supporting this one because we have to be going forward in Queenstown, but we know that there's huge issues, and I'm not going to talk to the Warnaka and Hawea things that need to happen because that's not what we're asking here. But we do need to be upgrading. We do need to be improving the services. We are not going far enough. We're having all sorts of problems up there, and this is going to keep coming back at us. But for the time being, this is what we've consulted and the best we can do. And so we need to get moving. Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Well, we know we've got headaches in Dunedin with passenger transport, but the headaches are huge in Queenstown, and I think that going forward, it's absolutely critical that NZTA play their role in ensuring that passenger transport is convenient, reliable, sustainable in Queenstown, like we've talked about in Dunedin. And the example is the commitment that NZTA have made to the upgrade of the Frankton VP roundabout, and also the commitment to for Highway 6A and 6, where priority bus lane and I think a designated bus lane. I can't remember whether it's in 6A or 6, but they're both getting enhancements in terms of the ability for buses to be given great priority going forward. So it's critical that we invest in Queenstown passenger transport along with our partners, obviously Queenstown Lakes and also NZTA.
Thank you, Councillor. Further discussion? We have a slightly revised recommendation that reflects the consulted, what we actually consulted on, which was retaining existing ferry services and improved bus services. So the new recommendation 6 is approves the preferred consulted option 1 for proposal 2, investing in public transport to Queenstown Lakes, being the consulted existing ferry service and improved bus service. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you. The next bracket of recommendations is around the revenue and finance policy relating to public transport, which was items 7 to recommendations 7 to 11. So if you, Mr. Rosler, if you have some comment on those, and that's the next bracket that we will deal to.
Just confirming that's from paragraph 50 in the substantive report in terms of the discussion.
My understanding is Mr. Donnelly wants to lead on this particular proposal.
Mr. Donnelly?
Yeah, so now we're on to the onto proposal 3. So the way that this one's done is if we're going to follow the the recommendations and the resolutions there, like you said, Kevin, we've got first up public transport, which is those resolutions or recommendations 7 to 11. So if you look at those, first one's noting the second one is covering the proposal. The proposal covered in introducing the general rate allocation to public transport funding. So that's what the first recommendation is about, whether you go with that was in the proposal. Then the next 2, 9 and 10, are around the proposal to change the targeted rate funding to be district-wide and to be on a uniform basis. And then the last recommendation there is about the repayment of the deficit. But for each one of those topics, there's a section in the paper. So the first one, the general rate allocation, has information starting at paragraph 53. So this just refreshing your memory, because I'm sure you've all been through this. Sort of just gives the background on that, and then the next one, district-wide uniform targeted rate allocation. Those 2 recommendations are the discussion and analysis is lumped together for those because they sort of go hand in hand. So the way that I'd sort of suggest that when you think of this as you're going through your discussion, obviously you'll have questions, but when you're thinking of it is, as we said at the start, the default is we put up the proposal, which was to introduce general rate funding, the 20% general rate funding, and then the proposal also said we would fund the targeted rate on a uniform basis across the whole district. So that's what was proposed. So the first question is probably, are you comfortable based on the feedback sticking with the proposal? Then if not, the default position would be to go back to the status quo, unless you would propose a change that was relatively minor. And to just give you an example, if you went to say something like, you did like district-wide, but you preferred it to be on a capital value basis rather than uniform now, that's quite different than the 2 options that we showed in the consultation document. And it would be better in that case to just say, well, we don't like the proposal of uniform and across the district, so you will just revert to the status quo. And then you might direct us as staff to go away and look at some more options to bring back for annual plan. But we can't go making too significant a change. And that one that I mentioned there would have a significant change potentially on any new ratepayers. So you just have to be wary about that. So the really you'll sort of, you have to work out whether you go, yes, we're going with the proposal, and then if not, we're going to the status quo. Having said that, I think with this one you can still, if you like, stay with the status quo, i.e. it's not district-wide, it's that mapped area, and its capital value, but you could still introduce the general rate allocation, because that was consulted on, and the impact of bringing that in doesn't actually have a material impact on either set of ratepayers by doing that bit of it, and then not doing the full proposal to also do targeted across the district on a uniform basis. So that's just a bit of context, but I'm sure as you get into it, you're going to want to ask a whole lot more questions and clarify a few things. But yeah, that's just the background I can give at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Question, Councillor Weir.
Just one of the ones I chucked in my foreshadowed questions earlier. What would if we were to revert back to that more targeted rating base for the targeted portion, what would the regional portion of the rates have to be? Presumably a bit more than 20, but what portion would have to be region-wide to ensure that those people paying the targeted rate would be paying roughly the same as they were if that was expanded to the district-wide level?
I don't know that calculation off the top of my head, but assuming that there was still a general rate allocation of 20%, the people who would be, if you stayed on the mapped area and capital value, what we put in the option in the consultation document was that 100% was going to be targeted rated on that basis. It would now only be 80%. So those people that were in there would be paying less than what was shown in the option in the consultation document. Yep. The general ratepayers would still just be paying the same 20% that they would have been paying under the proposed option.
Yeah. Are we able to work out what percent would be needed for those targeted ratepayers to be paying what they would have been paying under the proposal? I don't know if that's possible.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
So if we reverted to the status quo or but kept the 80-20 split, or sorry, didn't keep the 80-20 split, what would that split need to be for those people in the targeted rate to be paying roughly the same as they were if that targeted rate was expanded to the district-wide level as we proposed?
Right, I see what you're saying, because the targeted rate percentage is still is 80% instead of 100. Yeah. So the average, because there's it depends on whether you're looking at Queenstown or Dunedin as well, because Dunedin it's actually less because there was only 5,000 ratepayers being added. Whereas in Queenstown, basically there was, another, I can't remember, 16, 17,000. It was almost doubling. So, we'd have to go away and spend a bit of time and run the numbers. But in the consultation document, particularly if you show Queenstown, we showed the status quo as the other option, which was that the whole 100% rate requirement stayed being funded by the defined Wakatipu Basin area. I can't remember how many, say 18, 19,000 ratepayers. And that was on a capital value basis. But we did in the rates model, people could see their individual impact. But because that was 100%, now, whatever that was, that will have dropped by effectively 20%. But I'd have to go away and actually run the numbers to work it out.
So in terms of moving that forward, my suggestion would be that if there is support around the table for that principle, we would have to just park this and go away and do a whole lot more work to try and accurately report back on what those numbers would be and then work out whether that is a substantive change in terms of requiring further consultation or not.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Scott.
Oh, I'd just like to foreshadow the motion for the status quo for recommendation 7 to 10. Thank you.
Keep your voice. Thank you. Well done. Councillor Laws.
Listen, can I just ask a question, please? I'm not.
Sorry, Michael, we've lost you. Still lost you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yep.
Got you now.
Okay. I'm looking at the consultation document that we put out. There was no logic advanced that I can see, and if I've missed it, please point out to me the error of my ways, as to why we would impose any general rate at all for a service delivered to a particular locality, be it Dunedin or Queenstown.
So the reason in the consultation document, and to be, to acknowledge it was brief, but there is a statement under the rates funding current and future that it would better reflect the wider benefits public transport offers the region, including improved connectivity, reduced congestion, and supporting emission reduction targets. So that is the principle by which the proposal for a portion of general rates was introduced, and that was included in the consultation document.
Okay.
Michael, I'm just going to add to that and that was part of our consultation workshops and deliberations, and I think that was in March. I may have got that date a wee bit wrong, but quite earlier on, that was the general. That's how we settled on that.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying that I'm reading here proposal 2, investing in public transport, Dunedin bus services and Queenstown bus services. And I'm seeing that what the proposal is in terms of targeted and general rates. But the words that Richard's just used, I don't see that being there. You say it's somewhere else in the document.
Yeah, so we've moved past. So that previous resolution has now, or the resolutions 5 and 6 have dealt with proposal 2. We've closed that off in terms of the overall services. We're now into proposal 3, changing our rating system.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and that's page 15 in the consultation document, and para 3 under the rates funding current and future expenditure is the sentence I just reflected.
I see. Okay, so that would be, it's confusing for me. It'd be confusing for others too, I guess. Okay, and we saw that a majority of people, very few submissions on this, a bare majority didn't support it. Is that correct?
There is a bare majority not supporting, so 21 in support and 25 not in support, as per paragraph 51.
Right. Is this the time to raise the Wanaka issue?
No.
It isn't.
This is the Wanaka. Well, we're in question time, so if you've got questions around.
Well, it was only around the submissions on rating Wanaka hardware and thing as part of the district-wide targeted rates.
Yes. So if you've got questions on that, now's the time. Okay.
So the submissions on that, would I take that being, do you support the target rate portion of transport rates being on a district-wide basis? And 40 said no, and 8 said yes. Would that be the relevant question and answer to this particular issue of whether or not Wanaka, hardware, and Luggett people should be levied as part of the targeted rate?
Yes, there was strong sentiment to that. Yeah.
That it was a bad idea.
Yes, the 48 reflects to say you've read it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, and then Councillor Forbes.
Thank you. Look, I just want to take these issues one by one. So 8, recommendation 8 is about the 80-20 split, Otago wide. So that's saying that was where I think we as a council, this is a question, we're saying that we're going to share some of the public transport costs uniformly across Otago because there's a greater good about that, right?
Correct. That's correct.
And then number 9 is about And that's where we actually effectively do the 20% as a uniform rate, right?
That's where we do the uniform target rate. That's introducing it as a uniform targeted rate.
For the.
Yeah, is that meant to be
the
the 80 or
80%.
20?
For the 80%, yes.
Okay, sorry, yeah. And then I think number 10 is perhaps where we're causing some problems, because I actually think we should, and the question is, should we be splitting Dunedin and Queenstown because they've got different drivers here? One is Queenstown maybe we need to target Queenstown, and what we see as targeting Queenstown there may be different, and what we target as Dunedin may be different. Now, I appreciate that we've done this as a region, but what room do we have?
Yeah, Councillor Lawson, I'm comfortable to split that motion appropriately when we get to it. Comfortable.
Okay, yeah, but the question is,
I will be taking them individually, so I'm comfortable to split that. So when we get to that,
right,
you're comfortable to split it. Thank you.
Yeah, but then the question then is, what scope do we have to define Dunedin and Queenstown boundaries?
When we get to that, I'm comfortable to explore that with Mr. Donnelly, and bearing in mind that any change that we make to the consultation must be minor and minor in effect, but comfortable to discuss it at that stage.
So you're going to take 7 and 8 separately, are you?
Correct. Yes. Yeah, I'm taking each one of those separately. Yep.
Oh.
Do you want me to answer that question though, like now?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, my view on that area is obviously the proposal was to go across the whole district. Yeah. The only other alternative that we'd actually put up was to retain the status quo, which is the current mapped areas.
Yeah.
I don't think that council could make a decision to go, oh, well, we're going to effectively stay with, say, the mapped area, but just redefine it like now in this meeting to include or exclude other areas.
Yeah.
To me, if you don't want to go with the whole district, you would revert to the mapped area as it currently is, but you might direct us to go away and look at that for the next annual plan to come back and remap the area, noting that you would have already made the decision that moving to a whole district-wide, area is off the table. But that's not to say that we can't change the mapped area. But I don't think I think it shouldn't be done now in this meeting by going, oh, well, we'll just drop a particular area or township out or whatever. So that would be my view. You either stay with the proposal district-wide, or you revert back to the mapped area, but might give direction in that case that you still do want to look at maybe amending that and bring that through into the annual plan.
Okay. So we couldn't say for 10 for Dunedin, appreciating, there's two options here. Either we could go 30% to target wide and 70 to make it a more livable split, because this is going to have a huge effect on Dunedin rates potentially, or the mapped area. We could change that, or we could say, as far as 10 goes for Dunedin, we'll reduce in the non-mapped area, we'll say do 50% of the 163, whatever it is, and up that in the mapped area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think in that case you're then sort of defining a whole new area. You're defining the old area and the new area. Yeah. And that's sort of, I mean, that wasn't something that was proposed. It was sort of, yeah. And then if you're then on the old area, you're then effectively applying a differential. I mean, one of the things that we were trying to do when we moved to just the district and uniform was that it was simple. We were moving away from, defining areas on the map and to differentials. So sort of that's coming back in but we never really consulted on that as an option.
Yeah, okay, no, that's cool. Thank you. I'm sorry they're probably stuff we've carried over, but I want to make sure that this is going to make sense. It's hard.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good to ask those questions because then you get the clarity on what you can and can't do. There's nothing wrong with saying, well, we don't want to, or you don't want to go with what was proposed, but then really it's a matter of, well, then you stick with the status quo, or is there, say, a minor tweak that you can make? But they do have to be fairly minor. Otherwise, just stick with the status quo and direct us as staff to come back and do more work for the annual plan with a new proposal that we can consult and get the community feedback on a different proposal.
Can we do a 30-70 split in 8? Or is that again too much of a change?
My feeling would be that I put up those options of I actually put up 60-40 and 50-50 just to show what the impact would be. Yeah. I think that 80-20 was what was put there, what was consulted on. I would probably say you could say that you'd go with 80-20, but then with a view that you'll move to a different percentage for year 2 on. And then again, you can consult, engage with the community in the annual plan so that they get to provide you feedback before you actually make that change.
Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
I believe we would save ourselves a lot of angst if we just went straight to the option of debating the status quo for recommendations 7 to 10. And there are a number of reasons for that.
Councillor Scott, I'm comfortable with what you're proposing. And I'll do that now, in that I'm going to ask for a mover for option 7, for recommendation 7, which is simply which notes the option provided in the discussion section 60, which is paragraph 60 of this report for the proposal of general rate allocation to be applied for public transport, which is a status quo option, which is option C. So can I have someone move that we note that clause?
The noting one.
Yeah, that's just noting.
That's fine.
Yeah, which is Councillor Weir, seconded Councillor Robertson. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Carried. Now, Councillor Scott, you informed me that you wish to make a recommendation on recommendation 8, which is to change that, and I assume that you are changing that to option C, which is paragraph clause on page 60.
I'm doing it as has been outlined. I'm not sure about your C's and all that, but the status quo is highlighted in the draft document, where the rating remains 100% targeted rate to existing targeted rates of areas based on CV. And there are a number of reasons for that. I respect the
Councillor Scott, sorry, Brian, I'll just get a seconder for that. So you're moving, which is option C, if neither the preferred option or option B is acceptable, then the status quo, no general rate allocation, would continue.
Correct.
Have I a seconder for that motion?
Yes, I'll second that.
Councillor Methven seconded. Thank you. Councillor Scott, you may talk if you can. Thank you.
Yeah, good. I need to get a glass of water. Apologies. There's a number of reasons for that. Look, I respect the endeavour of the alternative motion, but I don't believe its timing is appropriate. I do not believe that a uniform rate is the way to go for PT. I think the CV-based rate, where those that can afford to pay do pay, and that's been the history of this council. I have reservations how we seem to be going more and more into uniform rate, and I don't think that's fair for our society, our community. So I make that point. And the second point I make is I don't believe it's appropriate to be rating communities that are not.
Councillor Scott, I just had a point of order raised.
We're not debating that. We're only debating whether we do the 2080 target rate split. We are not talking about uniform target rate until the next one.
Yeah, at this stage, we're on recommendation 8, which is your proposal is to stay the status quo. There be no general rate allocation.
I am going for the status quo, and I was explaining reasons why. I don't know why I've been cut short.
Because we're not debating that.
Because Councillor Scott, because we're not debating the merits of a uniform rate or a general or a capital value rate. We are debating the merits of whether we stay with a rate that is solely on the targeted district as opposed to going general rating the region. And that,
Point of order, I think with where he was going though was that we don't do any of this stuff. He was saying we just stay with the existing system when he moved his motion. I think he wasn't necessarily working on the resolutions we had.
Can I just suggest to move this on, that we take Councillor Forbes's point as a clarification, that we are the motion move relates to the split of general rate, targeted rate, and that is correct. To clarify that, Councillor Scott obviously has broader reasons that he's outlining as to why he doesn't support that, and I'll just suggest we continue in that line.
What I was trying to do.
A moment, Councillor Scott.
What I was trying to do was amalgamate all the debates into one.
Brian,
we can sit here all day and cut it all up.
Brian, we've set a process, and look, we're just having a wee bit of difficulty in hearing everything you're saying, and that has perhaps led to that point of order. We understand where you're heading, so if you could just. I
couldn't even hear the point of order. The microphone wasn't on.
It was on.
Yeah, no problem. If you just continue with your opening remarks on.
I've made the point. I'm moving the status quo. If you don't want to know the reasons, that's up to you.
Thank you. Seconder Tim, you want to talk?
Yes. Look, I support this motion for no change. The rating remains at 100% targeted rates to existing targeted rated areas. We were hearing just before that we're seeing increased patronage in Dunedin, and this is under status quo. I also picked up the feedback. A lot of it was around people having to pay for buses when they weren't using them, and particularly in the regions. So very supportive of no change here.
Further comment? Further discussion? Councillor Forbes, Councillor McCall, Councillor Somerville.
The reason I raised order or clarification is really important here, because these two things are being taken separately. And for one, you've put your cards on the table, Brian, so I'll put mine on as well. No? Is that right?
No, I'm asking you because you've put a point of order for a particular reason, which was fair, and we've
it's been taken to a clarification.
Yes, but so I would ask that you debate the motion that is being, and not go into the second motion that we will debate later.
I will support a general rate across 20% as the motion, approve the motion as it is here, approve where we're going with that. That has nothing to do with my not support of the next motion.
Thank you.
I'm not allowed to say that much.
Councillor Forbes, Councillor McCall.
Apologies. I'm from the Cluth area, and we don't have buses. I've just gotten a little bit confused in the last 5 minutes, but I just I'm still weighing up my options at this stage. I think we've got to be really careful when we start putting things to a Otago wide, because you've got to be able to show true benefits across all of the district. You also got to be very careful, because on this motion, I don't, like I want, the alternative motion is based on doing a capital value Otago wide, right? I think we also have to be very careful when we're talking capital value rates as well, because there's no numbers there, but if you just go back to our previous ones on the environment, the areas that don't have bus services, their capital values, rating on capital values is roughly twice as much for the same value of property as in the urban areas. So for instance, in the previous one, it was the Dunedin, based on a region-wide one, the Dunedin was on 400, well, it's actually more than that, sorry, a $400,000 house for the environment. For the environment was going to be like a $4 increase, but for Clutha it's $20, and for Waikato it was $25. So basically putting it on capital value, you're actually double hitting the people who don't actually have great access to bus services. So I'm still pondering all those ups, and I'm starting to think that at the end of the day, the status quo, if in doubt, stay on the status quo.
Point of order, sorry, Lloyd, I didn't want to interrupt you there, but point of order on that. What you're talking about with the rating the Waitaki district and include the districts around that, that's for the large scale environmental fund, and that was only because those were being split into that was only if we split those into districts, which is not an option at all with the public transport stuff, so you wouldn't have that disparity between the regions and stuff.
I understand your point, but I think it's giving us an example of how if we start manipulating rates, there are different effects on using different types of rating systems as an example of that. So that's how I've taken it. But understand your comment.
Yeah. I'll apologise and take that on board, Councillor Webb.
Councillor Sunwell.
Thank you. Look, I do not support the status quo on recommendation 8. I believe we should have that 20% applied regionally, and I go back to the rationale that was presented in the consultation book that this better reflects the public benefits, the wider benefits public transport offers the region, including improved connectivity, reduced congestion, and in particular, I would say, supporting emission reduction targets, which are a benefit for the whole region. I also note, if I interpreted them correctly, Mr. Donnelly shortly before said it was reasonable for us to make this change to a 20% general rate, yet keep the status quo on the other transport rating matters that have come up in 9 and 10. And I think that's actually important to realise that we can make different decisions on those things, as I will be hoping to do. Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
I want to support Councillor Mepham and Councillor Scott, proceeding from the view that user pays and that there is no logic to imposing a cost upon a group of people who will never use the service and who don't use it and yet are still going to be paying for it. That user pays concept runs through all public transport in this country. And I'm specifically thinking of road user charges. I'm thinking every time you fill up your car with petrol or diesel and the proportions that you pay towards ACC and the like. I'm talking about the general philosophy, Kevin, of user pays applying to transport in general in this country. But gee, I'd find it a pretty hard sell to say to my constituents in the Dunstan ward who do not have and are 220 kilometres from Dunedin, that they should be paying in their rates for stopping the emissions of Dunedin car drivers by getting them to convert to Dunedin buses, a service that is only provided to them. The status quo is the only logical step, and I support the motion.
Councillor Weir, then Councillor Wilson.
I'll start off by saying that the notion of a user pays system for our transport system, whether that's public transport or private transportation, is I'll say hogwash. No public transportation system in New Zealand, or even the world, as far as I'm aware, has a complete user pays model that would be entirely unsustainable and would not work. Neither does the private transportation system. We all pay for roads through our taxes. We all pay for a lot of other infrastructure that provides the transportation network with the things we need, regardless of whether they are in the South Island or the North Island or wherever they are. I completely understand the hesitancy to be paying for Dunedin buses if you're someone who's living outside of Dunedin, same with Queenstown. And that is exactly why we have that, the majority of it paid for by the targeted portion. I do believe that that's fair. That 20% though is just covering the additional benefits that are provided to the people who don't use the service, or everyone, I should say. And we've covered those benefits many times before, and those benefits are legion. I won't relitigate them all, but I as Councillor Somerville said, the climate benefits alone are enough to justify that 20%, in my opinion. I think the other benefits would probably justify it moving more, but I won't be proposing that today. I'm happy to support, or I'll be voting against this motion and foreshadowing an alternative motion to move it as
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
We all benefit from having an efficient and effective Otago-wide roading system. I, living in Middlemarch, can't get a bus easily. I go to town more regularly than most people up here, but what I do benefit from is when our stock trucks go through Dunedin or can get to places, to the port with logs, or to our groceries can be delivered efficiently and effectively, because some people don't clog the roads in Dunedin with cars and let the vehicles run more smoothly. On that basis, I have supported to this point a system that we encourage more efficiency around those key ports and key areas and centres of commerce, and I'm happy to continue to do so. I don't think we've told that story particularly well in the consultation, and hence the results. And I also am concerned by some people thinking it's too much to pay up here to contribute to that, and we need to tell that story better. What I don't want to see is having a huge rate in Dunedin that it makes a public transport system unaffordable in Dunedin or in Queenstown, but they are quite different issues, and hence me foreshadowing, I think, a different district-wide answer being needed in each, and that's a debate for later. What the quantum is of our share, Otago-wide, for that is will be for the next motion, should this fail. But I do think an efficient and effective system of roading, transport for commerce and freight has to be built into that, and we all benefit from other people getting out of their cars and going in PT, and if the better we can make that and that contribution being acknowledged, we need to do. And it's also a huge effect on climate change. So I am happy to support an alternative or a Otago-wide rate. What that is up to the next one, but I think this motion is wrong.
So back to, if there's no further speakers, we'll go back to the second. Councillor Metham, you wish to say anything and write a reply? If not, we'll go to Councillor Scott.
Just as a right reply, the status quo means what we've got now. And what we have got now is working, and we are seeing increased patronage in the bus, and we're also getting really good compliments on it too. So there's no loss here. Thank you,
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a bit of a long bow, to suggest that people in the regions will support PT through the rating system because they'll have better access to their trucks on the roads and so forth. To me, that's a completely separate matter, and yeah, clearly. My view remains, and it's similar to, for example, the Mayor of Queenstown and his submission, is that when people in some of these areas do themselves get some direct bus PT benefit, whether that's your Harwares, whether that's your Balclufas, these types of things, once they actually get that benefit, then yes, or a better indirect benefit, then yes, they can be rated. But until that happens, I don't think what we're proposing is fair. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We'll put that motion to the vote. We will call a division with request for a division. So Trudy, if you could do it. So the motion is option C. If neither the preferred option or B is acceptable, then the status quo, no general rate allocation would continue.
Just for 8.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, just right. Yeah.
Councillor Forbes?
No.
Councillor Kelleher?
Yes.
Councillor Laws?
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm?
Yes.
Councillor McCall?
No.
Councillor Metham?
Yes.
Councillor Noon?
No.
Councillor Robertson?
No.
Councillor Scott?
Yes.
Councillor Somerville?
No.
Councillor Weir?
No.
Councillor Wilson?
No.
So that is 5 for, 7 against, motion failed.
So we've got an absentee.
5-7.
7.
That's right.
5-7, wasn't it? Yeah.
Are you foreshadowed something?
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
move that first.
Sorry.
Hello.
So that motion fails. 7-5. So do we have a mover for an alternative motion?
Happy to move A as is.
Happy to second.
Discussion?
I don't need to speak to it. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'll move.
Right now, though. Okay.
Any discussion?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, could you read out the motion, please?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so the motion that has now been moved by Councillor Weir and seconded by Councillor Forbes, approves the proposed revenue and financing policy change to fund council's share of public transport costs by a 20% Otago-wide general rate and 80% target rate split.
I'm going to speak to it.
Do you need an adjournment?
Can I speak to it?
We've got yes, you can, but we've got Councillor McCall speaking first.
Well, thank you. I'm gonna vote in favour of this motion. But pretty much my reasons are, I understand that public transport has good benefit for all people in Otago at various levels. So I'm also, I suppose I'm sitting in the chair thinking we're very early in the day, or 2 days, and there's a lot of stuff in front of us whereby it's becoming a thing whereby we're sharing the rating burden across all of Otago. So there's always going to be give and takes, and in some places it feels like you're giving, but we're also on the other side. There's other areas where, well, I'm thinking about in the rural areas whereby there's a lot of people in the rural areas who are going to be contributing, to public transport. And that's right in some way, but sometimes the levels get a little bit muddled up. But counter to that, later on in the proceedings, there's areas whereby the whole of Otago is going to help taking responsibility for water monitoring and catchment management and stuff like that, which is probably more pertinent to those rural areas, but are being supported all of Otago. So on that basis, I'll support the motion.
Councillor Laws,
I am agog, to be honest with you, that people who live in the Dunstan ward and who pay much more for everything, from the cost of groceries to the cost of petrol and diesel, to the cost of electricity, even as a consequence of Aurora, are now going to be socked with a rate to pay for the public transport of a few people, about 9%, I think, of the adult population of Dunedin. It doesn't make any comprehensible sense at all. And if the argument it seems to be the worst kind of virtue signalling here, that, well, you're going to pay so that Dunedin can feel virtuous about a minority of its citizens using public transport, because that's somehow going to reduce carbon emissions, and gosh, the planet's going to be saved. It's a specious logic. All it is a cost transfer to my constituents in my ward to pay for a series of financial choices in the main by a group of people who currently use public transport in Dunedin. It is wrong, it is immoral, and it condemns this entire long-term plan.
Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, I did have some questions on this because it does raise some issues, and they were raised in submissions, but I may have the timing wrong for them. One is the Ian Bryant submission about contiguous land. Is this where this would get? And non-contiguous land holdings. He had 6 titles and would. This is the $168 or $163. Is that right or not?
No, we're still deciding whether to take a split of 80%.
Can we just have the paragraph number we're now on, because how much we're talking about?
Recommendation.
Sorry. I know the recommendation number.
Nat, can you just clarify the page?
Paragraph 60.
No, Kate's asking in terms of the amount that will be allocated.
No, I think Kate's asking wants to just talk about the uniform rating, whereas what's being debated now is still whether or not there's a general rate allocation.
Sorry.
Yep. So that question comes after we've dealt with this one. It comes in in either the next one or the one after.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Sorry, and that's fine. Apologies. It's hard to keep up, and my Zoom isn't working that well. So
thank you. Clear, Councillor Robertson.
Was really a point of clarification earlier on the comments that basically the rest of Otago was paying for Dunedin, when actually we're talking about a 20% Otago-wide general rate going towards public transport costs within the region, which is actually we provide public transport in Queenstown and from Palmerston through to Brighton in the East Coast. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Yeah.
We'll go to you as a seconder.
And total mobility.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that this Otago-wide general rate of 20%, the 80% still sits in the targeted area, and that goes to public transport, thank you for clarifying, in Queenstown and in Dunedin, the 2 areas that have substantial public transport systems that are used by all sorts of people across the region, provide huge benefits across the region, which I won't necessarily go into right now because we'd be here for most of the day talking about benefits of public transport. So I would like us to be absolutely very clear that 20% goes to public transport systems across the region, currently provided in Dunedin and Queenstown. It is certainly not residents of the Dunstan ward having to cough up for Queenstown for Dunedin's transport alone.
Of course we are.
It's very, very clear. Thank you.
Councillor Weir.
All right, I've said enough.
It was gold. Okay, we'll do it a division.
Councillor Forbes,
Support the motion.
councillor
Yes.
Gallagher,
No, definitely not.
was
No, definitely not.
councillor Malcolm,
No.
councillor McCall.
Or
Sorry, that was
Yes.
councillor Metham,
No.
councillor Noon,
Aye.
councillor Robertson,
Yes.
councillor Scott,
No,
councillor Somerville,
Yes.
councillor Weir,
In the style of my steering colleagues, yes, definitely yes.
councillor Wilson.
Yes.
So that is 1-7-2-5. That motion carried.
Sorry,
Motion-
not any criticism, but can we have the motion up for us on Zoom when we are actually voting? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, we have every time. That was the first time we didn't. Apologies, and we will retain that. We are now going to lunch and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Councillor Noon.
I need to leave or just after lunch, 1:30. I've got a funeral I need to attend, so apologies for this afternoon.
Everyone's ready and we'll start underway. Good. Everyone's here on the board. All right, welcome back. Our focus now, we're moving to recommendation 9, which approves the proposed revenue and funding policy change on to fund council share of public transport costing by applying a uniform target rate for the 80% rating portion. Mr. Ross, if you could direct us to where that is and that was the consulted.
So we are looking at so we're looking at page
61.
Para 61, page 16 of the agenda.
61, yeah. So this is the recommendation considering the uniform charge for the general rate public transport, district-wide uniform target allocation, with the third recommendation that it confirms the targeted rate allocation for public transport, that it will be on a uniform basis. As recommendation 9.
Questions? Councillor Wilson and Councillor Noon.
I've got 2 questions. The first one is about the uniform, the non-contiguous or contiguous land holdings. Generally, and taking up Ian Bryant's point, why can't this as a uniform charge be done by household in the same way DCC does that sort of thing?
So Nick's looked into that. Is he back online? Yep.
Yeah. So we did make some inquiries to exactly how DCC did that, because it was noted that they that particular ratepayer, only pays for their bin collection on on properties where the bins get collected, which is where there's a property. It's actually not as simple as that. The reason we've changed this we went to district wide and went uniform, and then we just apply it per property, because that's what's in the rates database, and that's how we apply our other uniform charges, and they're done on a contiguous property basis. So if 2 properties are next to each other, they will only get one of this charge, providing the same land use and same owners. But the point was raised then, well, what if you've got properties, particularly in rural areas, that don't actually have a dwelling on them? Unfortunately, we can't see that in the rating database, because in the rating database we use things like the land use type. So a lot of those properties, the land use type will be stock finishing, which doesn't actually tell us whether or not there's a dwelling on it. Some of those properties might have a dwelling and some might not. The way the DCC does it is they're not using the rates database. They're actually using their own records of who they actually supply the bins to. So then they are applying a manual tag to the database based on that. So once people apply to get the bins, then they get the charge. QLDC, we had a look there as well to go, well, what do they do with because they do some of their charges based on separately used and inhabitable parts. Again, they're using a bit of a manual hybrid where they're using consenting information to tell them how many connections there are to specific properties. So again, this is information that we don't readily have in the rates database. So it wouldn't be easy for us to apply anything on that basis. So again, when we went to do this on a district-wide uniform basis, one of the things we were trying to do by saying just apply it to every property on a contiguous basis, it's consistent with how we do other uniform charges, and it's very simple for us to apply. Anything beyond that starts to get reasonably complex, and we're going to have to put in some manual intervention. So yeah, that idea that came up, if you as council to go, oh well, we like that and we wanted to do something like that, we wouldn't be able to apply it from year one. We would have to go away and do more analysis and work on how we could apply a rate with that sort of differentiation on it.
Thank you. You've raised my concern about all uniform charges then, because I hadn't realised that was. I mean, the uniformity of it isn't uniform now, and that is a concern. But thank you. That's great response.
Well, it is a good point. Is that it's interesting that we've been charging Wildings and the CDM rate on that same basis, that it's per property. So they will have, if it's contiguous, they will have only got one. But if they're got properties that, for example, don't have any people on them, but then those rates are potentially slightly different because they relate to paying for Wildings and for civil defence. So is it more applicable that you that you do apply them even when there's no dwelling? Probably for Wildings, possibly not for civil defence. Yet it's never been raised as an issue for civil defence, but it now is with public transport.
Well, I think the difference in the cost is probably why it's now been raised.
Any further questions? Elliot?
Would you guys be able to remind me what the reason was for recommending or proposing moving to uniform charge over capital value?
Yeah, so the same way that we've got the those other two rates that I mentioned, the view was that that this particular rate doesn't scale depending on the value of your property. So it was designed to apply a relatively small fixed charge across each property, rather than quite large transport rates to properties with high capital value. We're talking about properties that are currently paying. We have two properties paying currently in Queenstown, in Dunedin, paying over $50,000 or $60,000. That will go up significantly more. So and then there's other ratepayers paying thousands of dollars. Yet the way that the rate works for public transport is, you've got to remember, and it was in it's in the paper. There's a table there that goes back to the previous section that shows what the rates are paying for public transport. And it's often said, that users should be paying. But what I've tried to show there is public transport already has a large portion of direct funding, being bus fares, direct user, and the Waka Kotahi subsidy. And they're effectively subsidising the user. So if you look at that, you've got 60 to 70% of the total cost is being funded by direct funding, then the remainder is picked up, the remaining local share is picked up by rates. So it's actually a smaller portion of your total cost. And the idea is to spread that over the whole district on a flat basis, because it's a small levy for the provision of a public service in the district. It's not actually trying to apportion it to people who are using the actual service, because they're already paying.
Yeah, sorry, I understand what it does. I'm just trying to get to the why we'd want to do that over capital value, but just sort of pulling out what you said is that just because those maximums are too high.
We've put the proposals forward, which council have agreed on a preferred option to consult, so it's not appropriate to ask staff why we think one or the other. That decision's been made and is now being consulted on. So we've put in the preferred option in the consultation document as decided by council. And the rationale for using uniform has been explained by Nick. So I'm not sure how much more we can provide, but you go ask.
I was just going to clarify that those higher ranges are just too high. And was that the sort of, I'm not saying that,
so,
that's why we're doing
one of.
Yeah, that is one of the key things, is that we often talk about the average rate for public transport, and if you look in Dunedin, 160, it was going to be 164, and Queenstown, 128. We talk about the average, and you go, well, that's actually not too bad. Very, very few people are paying the average. We actually, prior to going through this review, one of the most common rates complaints we get is around people paying public transport. And then they raise the issue about the amount they're paying, and a lot of them raise the issue about that they are paying more than their next door neighbour. And they're paying more than their next door neighbour because their capital value is different and they can't understand it. So from a simplicity point of view and an understanding point of view, it's much easier for everybody to know that every property will pay that same amount. It also allows then, if you've got properties, if that goes up by, X percent, obviously the properties on the fringes, their rates are going to go up. I mean, we're probably not, that far away if we continue with capital value, heading to the scenario where we're going to have ratepayers paying, over $100,000 in public transport rates alone. It's going to be significant.
Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, I had a screen block up. Look, I think we're moving. This is a much better rationality, but it's not perfect. And so I think we're mixing up some messaging, and I just want to test some thinking, and I think you're the person to answer it, Nick. What we've said is we need to spread this more evenly, and we've done that with the Otago Wide. That wasn't there before. So 20% of the costs have come out. That's correct? In the last motion?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. So that, and remembering, and I probably should have brought this up in that debate, the Waka Kotahi subsidy is out of the National Land Transport Fund, which I think is primarily funded by car drivers with RUCs and excise tax.
Yeah, I don't know the exact mix of their funding. I know that there's all sorts of excise road user charges, whether they get a portion of the general rate take to top it up. I'm not 100% sure.
And licensing I should have put in there as well. So I mean there is a contribution already being made by the car drivers, and now we've added in Otago Wide. I think it's stretching. I'm loath. Can we articulate why we're doing this better than we potentially have to get the hearts and minds on people? Because this is an opportunity we get to do once well, or Could you think of any improvements in articulating this if we were to go and actually do the next step next time?
We can always write more to try and explain something clearer, if that's what you're asking. We can't go back in this process in terms of the consultation document, so I'm not entirely sure what the question is.
It's probably one for debate. I'm thinking that we're almost there. I'm happy with the previous vote, but I'm loath to commit to this and changing the system when we could do it better, or if we could do it better, whether we should do that in the next annual plan and actually get support for it. And it may be at a tiered level, but yeah. That's for Dunedin and Queenstown. I think we haven't taken Queenstown people and Wanaka Hawea people with us in understanding it, and I think we've failed in the areas of Hyde and Outram.
Yeah, that's debate. Yeah, but understand where you're coming from. Further questions?
Can I just, Kevin? Could I just ask a question? So here, are you just looking at number 9? Number 9, which is uniform, or are you looking at uniform and district wide together?
No, just 9.
Yeah, because I'd just sort of add, I think the two sort of have to be dealt with together.
Yeah.
Because I don't think if you said, the proposal was based on the targeted rate being district wide and uniform. So if you turn around and said that you only wanted one of those two, either you wanted district wide but on a capital value basis, or you wanted you wanted it uniform but only to the existing rating area, those options are quite different. It'll impact people, like, for example, the uniform rate for all of Queenstown from what we'd proposed will basically double. So doubling the uniform rate is probably too big a change to vary what was proposed. So I think you probably have to look at it that you've got to look at uniform and whole district as a combined package rather than those two things separately. And if you don't go with that, then you would just revert to the status quo.
Which would be the 80% to the targeted area.
Yeah.
Which isn't quite the status quo.
Yeah, but that's fine, because the what they're getting in that status quo area is still getting less rate than what they would have under the status quo that we actually that we consulted. That was the option in the consultation. I'm with you on that. I agree. And so if we want to get a really good buy-in from Wanaka and Hawea and Hydes and Outrams, if we haven't done it now and we try and do it, we're forcing it on them. But if we did it next annual plan, I mean, the fact is we could go to 80% at CV, and with that, everyone is still better off except for those paying the 20%. Yeah, which the 20% in your general rate is relatively small. So, it wasn't a major change.
But we have recommendation 9, and we move for that recommendation.
No one wants to move that one.
We've got a mover here.
Well,
no. What are you saying?
Not going to move this one. No, move an alternative.
So we have no one that is willing to move that motion. Have we an alternative, Councillor Somerville?
Yes, certainly happy to move an alternative, which is for number 9, that we retain the status quo. And if appropriate, in view of what Mr. Donnelly was saying, to move that for 9 and 10 together, we retain the status quo.
I would say, yeah. Yeah. Put them together.
And you're comfortable with 10 accommodating both Dunedin and Queenstown? there's two motions there that we had indicated earlier that we might split those into a Dunedin recommendation and a Queenstown recommendation, but you're saying put those together?
I'm comfortable with that, yes.
Thank you.
Can I just, I'm loath to extend this any further, but we were initially just taking 9 and asked for questions on that, so I just think it would be worthwhile checking whether anyone had any questions specific to resolution 10 that we can answer, and then I don't think there are any issues with taking those two together as Councillor Sullivan
That's exactly what I was heading. Yep. Questions on recommendation 10? You've heard that we wish to move as is. Are there any questions?
Yes, question.
Councillor Laws.
Thank you. I just want to I just want to understand completely that this will apply from year 1 and that the Queenstown bus transport, which is to be funded 80% by the district and 20% by a general rate. The boundaries of the Queenstown Lakes District Council will include Hawea, Luggett and Wanaka, who do not receive a public transport service. And is that correct?
So under the recommended resolution 10, what you have described is correct, but that's not what is being moved by Councillor Somerville.
What's he moving then? Sorry.
So we were just checking whether there were any further questions on 10, and I don't think there was, Kevin.
No, that's clearly Councillor Laws is wanting clarity around what is actually proposed there. The status quo, which retains the current rating zones, so therefore we will not be changing the rating zones, will be adopted if this motion is accepted. So it won't be including Wanaka, Hawea and the other
Middlemarch.
Middlemarch.
Did you say, just want to clarify, it won't be?
Correct.
So the motion before us is to retain the status quo of the rating districts as they currently exist.
Yeah, correct. For both, yes, under 9 is status quo of how that's rated at the moment, and 10 is the current rating areas as status quo.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wall?
Yeah, so
obviously just for the 80% target.
Correct.
The 80%, not the 20%.
Correct, Councillor Scott. Thank you. Councillor McCall and then Wilson.
Chair, can I just confirm that the existing rating, so the existing areas and the rating is done on capital value as opposed to uniform? Right?
Yep, that's correct.
Correct.
It'll be the existing, which is capital value, and there is some there's differentials as well.
Yeah, different zones. Yeah.
No, there's a defined mapped area for Dunedin and for Queenstown it's the just that Wakatipu area. But there's and then it'll be done to those properties on capital value, but there's also a commercial differential in there as well.
Are you going to change, sorry, Kevin, just a pure question. Are you going to change 10? If you're going to have this.
Sorry, but what we're going to do is just take a short adjournment for 5 minutes,
Okay.
And that's exactly what we're doing, Councillor Laws. So do I have to move that? I suppose to do. Someone move that we've taken adjournment. Councillor Robertson moved, seconded by Councillor Forbes. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Just for clarity, thank you.
Going down too well.
Oh, sorry, amazing.
Okay, thank you, team. If you just get yourself back and ready, will be really good. Are you set to put those motions up? Right, so just, is there a question from Councillor Wilson? Thanks for your patience, Kate.
I've sent them by email. Look, I think this is moving in the right direction for this year. We did have a problem, and I don't think we've actually resolved the problem. And I don't think we can do any better this year given the constraints of consultation. But I'd hope that we'd only adopt this for 1 year. But the question was, what is the effect on the highest paying in Queenstown and Dunedin now? Because it's still going to be a substantial amount of money some people are paying.
Correct, and Mr. Donnelly did express some numbers earlier on that would be significant.
Yeah.
But within, it's still within the bounds of the consultation, and that what it's retaining the current ratings.
Yeah.
So okay.
Yes. Without going and having a look at what they were, but we had looked at retaining the status quo and with it being 100%, 100. So, the targeted rate areas staying the same and being capital value. And we'd looked at that on 100% targeted rate basis. So now it's only going to be 80%. So effectively what we had in the rates estimator, we had for all those properties, we had all of those there, how much they would be paying. And now those amounts that we had for their transport rates will now effectively be about, 20% less than what we had. So, we weren't uncomfortable with where, what we were seeing. The numbers were obviously increasing. They were really starting to get up there, but now they will be lower than what we had as the status quo option in the rates estimator anyway.
Remembering that other 20% gets to go on them as well, though.
Yeah, true, but then it's also spread over the whole rest of the region as well, so it's diluted quite a bit.
Okay, I've sent some amendments that I would like to put to that motion.
But we have a mover, and the seconder was Alexa. Are you wanting to make an amendment, and have you a seconder for that?
The amendment was, as I circulated, so now which I
got it here, Kate.
Thank you.
Here you are. Were you trying to say, Kate, as an amendment that you would like to understand
for the purposes of the 24-25 long-term plan, the targeted rate allocation for public transport will continue to be charged using the status quo being capital value basis with commercial differential. But then that the staff report back on alternative rating mechanisms for the 25-26 annual plan and onwards.
Okay, just can I'm perfectly happy with that request. Can I, just at the risk of throwing our numbering out completely, can we pick that up at the end of the process? And I'm happy to make a note of it now, and we'll pick that up at the end as 44 or whatever we need to, that you're requesting that staff come back or complete further work on.
Okay.
Report back in time for the plan.
Yeah, and so the effect with that, I just want to be really clear. The effect would be that we'd do the long-term plan for 10 years on the basis of this, but that should I be able to put that motion later on and should it pass, there will be a special consultation probably next year on that if we can come to some agreement. Is that how it would work?
Great.
Thank you. I know it's really confusing.
Very good. No, it's quite appropriate. Thank you. So we have a Lloyd, you got a question?
No.
We have two motions on the table, moved by Councillor Summerall, seconded by Councillor Forbes. Councillor Summerall, do you want to lead the debate off?
Thank you. Yes, look, we're very limited in what we can do. We have limited options available in the way the rating system's set up, but I think this is the best we can do here. I think it's unreasonable that we would be paying the likes of Wanaka, Clutha, Strathtyre for a public transport service they're not receiving, recognising that from our previous decision they are already paying as part of the regional public transport rate now. Regarding the whether moving to the capital value for the commercial differential, we received a very strong submission from the Queenstown Lakes District Council on the long-term plan, arguing to move, not to use the uniform rate, but to move to that CV. And I note their submission said, applying public transportation contributions on a capital value basis means large businesses will make contributions more in line with the benefits received. For example, a capital value rate will mean that a large hotel is paying more than a single dwelling, but such a hotel also has a much greater number of people that benefit. So it's taking those arguments into account to move to the capital value rating, or to stick with the capital value rating. Now, I recognise that capital value is a very imperfect measure of people's ability to pay, but it is the best one we have got. And so that's another reason why I support using the capital value and not a uniform charge here. Thanks.
Thank you. Further talkers? Councillor Forbes.
I wanted to say what you'd said, and I totally support that. And we did hear that very loudly and clearly from Mayor Glynn in Queensland Lakes District, but also throughout the process of the consultation process. Not only have we seen it in the formal consultation, how much this uniform rate was rejected in popularity and across the entire districts, also rejected by popular vote. We also heard it. I mean, people in Wanaka from up my way were horrified to think. They were happy to contribute a bit, you know, the 20%, fine, but to actually contribute more fully to that public transport system was not what they wanted at all. Thank you very much. And I believe that was the same sorts of things that we heard around Middlemarch and the Strathtyre and places further afield here as well. So I will be very happy to be seconding this motion because I think it is in alignment with where our community wants to go. I also recognise it's not perfect and we'll look forward to us revisiting it at some point.
Further discussion? If not, we were putting motions together because they go hand in glove and are required to do so. So for a closing statement, Councillor Somerville.
No, thanks, all being said.
Thank you. It's up on the screen, we can all see it. So those in favour?
Aye.
Right.
Against? No. One against. Yeah. Recommendation 10, which approves the proposed.
You've done
Sorry, 11. Yeah, I'm just testing. It's good. I told you every hour I'd test to see that you are
Yes,
with
you're
me,
awake.
and it's very well done, Councillor Forbes. Good to see you paying attention. Number 11 approves the proposed revenue and finance policy change to repay the public transport deficit over 5 years through the existing targeted transport rate area on capital value basis. Questions? Do you wish to make any comment on that, Mr. Rossler, on the feedback you've received on that particular submission?
No.
Comfortable, thank you.
It's not clear.
Any further questions? No questions. And we have someone that move in.
I'm happy to move that, Kevin. It's Tim here.
Yeah, good, Tim. Thank you. Much appreciated. Moved. Seconded, Councillor Forbes. Debate. As the mover, Tim, would you like to say a few words?
No, I've got nothing to add to this. Thanks.
Good. Any further debate? Closing debate then, Councillor Meffin, or are you just happy to leave it?
Yeah, happy to leave it.
Yeah, right. All those in favour?
Aye.
Oh, sorry, we need to put up the screen, sorry. I've just said we'll get each one of these up on the screen so we know exactly where we're at and what we're saying. No problem. It was just happening a little bit. And there it is. Approves the proposed revenue and financing policy change to repay the public transport deficit over 5 years to the existing targeted transport rate area on capital value basis. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. How are we all going? I know we've only got a short time at this stage, but we're comfortable. We go on to this again still under our revenue and financing policy, but we move into a separate section now of flood protection, drainage and river management, which comes from paragraph 75 on our paper, which is, my apologies, we've got the wrong screen open, page 17. Mr. Donnelly, Mr. Rossler, you wish to add anything there?
No, I mean, there's in this section here, there is there's a there's a lot of individual recommendations to step through, but if you go to the discussion part of the paper, they are broken into grouped into topics. So the first one is that general rate allocation. So moving to the standard 80-20 or 90-10 for flood and drainage. So that's covered in paragraphs 76 to 81. And then the next bit that's grouped together is the benefit zone allocations. So that was the reduction in all of the number of benefit zones within the targeted rate area, dropping that down to 1 or 2 benefit zones. So there's that's paragraphs 82 through to goes right down to 92. And then there's another section, because it came up in the discussion about the application of the Leith indirect, and so that's covered as a section in the paper as well. That's 93 to 97, and then there's just a couple of other smaller ones around just confirming around what we were proposing to do with Waitaki River Control and the Alexandra flood scheme, although there's not a lot of discussion on those, but that's why it looks like there's, under flood and drainage and river management, there's a lot of recommendations, but they really broadly sit under, for flood and drainage, they really sit under those 2 key headings, which is very similar to what you've just discussed around public transport. First is the general rate allocation, and second is then what are you doing with the targeted rate allocation? And in this case, it's should that remain with the multiple of zones that there are, or should it be reduced down to the smaller number of zones, which was the proposal?
Thank you, Nick. Questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just raise the issue of Steve Hill? Can I do that now, or do you want that done further down with the?
Say again, sorry, Kate, I'll just slightly apologies.
The mapping, Steve Hill had made it urban and rural, and that wasn't necessarily the case. But in your recommendations, you haven't changed the maps at all. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So this one I've covered off in that in that section around reduction in the benefit zones. So starting on para 82, but going, so that's page 18, and then on to page 19. And I put a table there in paragraph 88 that shows what the what the groupings are. So it wasn't that we were grouping necessarily urban and rural. In that lower Clutha, we grouped A to F and the U 1, 2, 3, 4. Whether they're sort of urban or rural is sort of a little bit irrelevant, but those were the old existing benefit zones and where they are. So yes, as and I pointed out in here, when we did this, we didn't go and redefine any of the areas. We didn't redefine where the boundary was for the targeted rate area, or where any of those zones were in between. We just tried to look at a way to use what was already there to simplify the allocation across all of those zones. And it just so happens that in this one, more than any of the others, we had looked at some of them in the Taieri in particular, where they had really small differentials currently. We dropped them out of being rated under the new under the new basis at all. In this particular one, that zone F, which is where that property, the properties that we're talking about, or it was predominantly rural, and it's now got more. It's obviously been subdivided and got more residential properties in there. But you can see on that table that I've got that particular zone got the biggest increase in the change that we made. Now, when we did all the analysis and we were looking at it, the dollar amount wasn't that significant, and we hadn't really picked up on it. But it was coming off quite a low base for those properties. So as a result, the change that we've made by grouping them in meant that their average dollar increase has been quite significant. Sort of, going from roughly, I think from memory, sort of $70 or $80 per property up into, the hundreds, into I think 600-700. So that's just a result of how we grouped them with those other properties. And you can see I highlighted there in yellow the differentials that are currently applied. You can see on that second to last column, there's an amount there where it's 0.000125 is the cents in the dollar. You can see that's much lower than all of the rate that gets applied or was currently applied in the other zones A to E. So their increase is basically going from 0.000125. They're going up to that 0.00125.
Yeah.
So
I get all of that. Yeah, I get all of that. I'm really concerned about the effect, and you haven't given a recommendation. You note the problem in paragraph 87. I'm just wondering whether we would be better to leave F out and what that effect would be on everyone else, or move F part way but not the whole way. I'm really concerned about that effect. That's why I'm raising it.
Yeah,
I don't. And it's
where I did the recommendation that's flowed through into the front of the paper is defaulting to that you endorse the proposal. But I put there, so it says there in paragraph 91, recommendation 17 of this report is that council confirms no change to the preferred option as consulted. That's for the zone changes across all of the schemes. But then at 92, paragraph 92 says alternative options to that recommendation would be that that for the although you would still make the changes to the groupings as consulted on or as proposed for Taieri and Toko, you could amend the lower Clutha groupings, which I sort of highlighted a couple there. Potentially one would be to group them with group F with the other low ones, which would be U3 and U4. That would alleviate some of the issue. I haven't looked at an option of, say, removing F completely, but then there was another alternative that I said you could look at is retain the status quo regarding the benefit zone allocations and undertake a technical review of all schemes to define the targeted rate, area and benefit zones. Because part of the problem with particularly with the lower Clutha and Toko is those zones haven't, and I mention it in the paper, those zones haven't been reviewed probably in virtually the entire time that council's been in existence. So, and I mean that from a technical point of view of where is the actual defined area that the flood schemes and the drainage schemes actually protect or drain. And in the case of Clutha, if a technical review was done, would be, should it be split into a separate flood and drainage and then be those two, each one of the rates be applied on a different basis, i.e., drainage is applied on a land area basis, not capital value.
Yeah, so I'm just going to jump in. So what we've got, if we refer to the report, and this is exactly what Nick has just said, is there's been a range of feedback, and we know we've had a range of pre-questions from councillors that may still come up in this discussion relating to resolution 17, which is how the targeted rates for flood and drainage are allocated. Option C, as set out in paragraph 92, is effectively requesting that staff go away and do technical reviews on all of those schemes to define the targeted rate and benefit zones. And in the interim, we retain the status quo. So that applies to 17. The ones above that, and once we've finished this, we can work through 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, which are around the general rate split and how we charge for that. Just some other noting. Once we get to 17 and the question that Kate's just raised and the response that Nick has given, and I know there were a number of other questions around the taiari and others as well, that option C is what staff have put in for council's consideration of undertaking a more detailed technical review of those scheme areas and reporting back.
Thank you.
When you're one.
Councillor Methven.
Yeah. She thought public transport was confusing, and boy, we've moved into another area here. And now my IQ level's been compromised anyway, and I'm finding I actually found that all very difficult to follow. I'm wondering where we deal with the feedback that we had, and particularly 3, and it's around benefit zones. The feedback we got from Jules Radich around the Dunedin Airport protection benefiting everybody, the Mosgiel ratepayers who benefit from the Torrey flood protection, and the Balclutha zoning, which has meant there's some unfair allocations of rates between neighbours. I mean, how on earth does that fit into? I mean, that discussion just before has just derailed me a bit, actually. But do we have a high level sort of view of how we deal with those points I've just mentioned?
Councillor Methven, I think your point is absolutely valid, and I think what we'll do is work through recommendations 12 to 16, and then under 17 we look at our options there, which is around that review and looking at have we got the spread correct. So that's when we would. So if you look at option C that Mr. Donnelly just gave to us, retain the status quo regarding benefit zone allocations and undertake technical reviews. So that's.
So where's that? Sorry, Kevin. Where's option C? Where do I see that?
On page 19, paragraph 92B.
Thank you.
And to me, that, and I'm not necessarily saying we go exactly with that wording there, but that on 17 gives us that option to shape a recommendation there to remove that discomfort from you, I suppose.
So that option C, I mean, does that in some way negate the previous the motions above that you just talked about, 12 to 16?
No.
Well, 12 to 15.
Advice I have from my CE is no.
Okay, right.
Similar to public transport, there's a portion of this discussing apportioning some general rate funding to our flood and drainage schemes. And then there is a discussion on how we spread the targeted rate within the benefit zones. So not dissimilar to the conversations we were just having in the public transport rates.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I'm very much in support of option C for sure. Thanks.
So you're comfortable? We'll take that when we get the 7. Councillor Scott.
Yep. That's good.
Councillor Scott. Brian.
Option C.
No, he's on mute.
Still slightly muted.
Sorry, I'm sorted. Apologies. I was simply going to say that one of the points that Tim raised was in relation to the Torrey farmers saying, why are they assisting the Leaf and they weren't getting any assistance on the airport. My understanding is that that debate will be addressed in recommendation number 18.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Lloyd, you had a comment? Sorry, a question?
So
Yep.
right now, we're only deciding on the 80-20 split, so we're not actually talking about how we do it within the targeted zone when we get to them.
That's correct. It's that fundamental policy right at the very start on number 12.
Yeah.
Alan?
Yes, the rationale for that 80-20 split for flood protection and the 90-10 for drainage, does that principally come from that 2016 Castalia report? Is that where the basis for those splits comes from?
Do you want to? Yeah, I can answer that. Yeah, it's informed by that. The Castalia report was what was used to set the current general rate allocations. So that's why we've got the current ones. They went through, did a whole economic analysis on what the wider public benefit was based on access, the airport, all of those things. So that's where that landed. And then what you did as councillors is you went through that funding needs analysis through various workshops, and that's where we sort of simplified that. Rather than going and getting consultants to determine that, you actually looked at what level of public, wider general benefit is there? Is it high, medium, low? You still landed on the private benefit being high, and we determined that would be in that 80 to 100% range. So then, based on where those rates or where the current amounts were, which was sort of in the mid 80s for flood or low to mid 80s, and I think 92% for drainage, we rounded them to 80 and 90 and applied that to all of the flood and drainage schemes, the same percentage, so that we're consistent across all the schemes.
Thanks.
Further questions? Councillor Robertson?
I understand how 12 to 16 are different from 17. But the 17, where you come to the determining the options and whether or not you would do a technical review or not, some submitters have asked for not a technical review, but a full economic analysis, which does cover 12 right through to wherever it is, or 17 anyway. Yeah, so just so that we're aware, what's being proposed with option C is not a full economic analysis of benefit or exacerbation. It's a technical review of hydrology, I think. Is that right?
No, look, in that basic wording that's there, but that is the place where we would, if the full review is to be done as you have described, I would be adding that to the option if that would be your wish.
Just seems like it might be too late.
I would say no, and that was certainly the request from the meetings that we have had and from the feedback that we have had. The initial, the rating part that came out of consultation. That is the direction that a good chunk of the submitters said they wished us to go in.
Sorry. I understand that. We just need to be clear that we're setting what the general rate is, therefore determining that the economic benefits as well to the wider region have already been determined. And Nick explained that.
Yeah. And you could choose not to and retain the status quo right across the board and wait for those reviews to be done as the alternate option.
Yeah.
That's right.
Lloyd?
Oh no, I was just thinking, sorry, but at the end of the day, you've got to be really careful because you're asking us to make a commitment as apportioning a benefit regionally wide before we do the review of the whole scheme. So yeah, so that is meaning when you sort of look at it that way, you got to think about whether we lock that in now, so it's having to undo it later maybe.
Yeah, and that's a consideration based on the variety of feedback, and you could walk that back if you do put it in and the review tells you something different, and after consideration of that and further feedback, you want to make another change, or not make a change now and have a look at it as a total package all at once. So there's a few things to weigh up there.
So having said that, if there were, like, I think, in my opinion, I think we should need to do a full economic review by independent people, technical economic review. If that once that comes out and we then apply that to our rating systems, that would have to go through consultation, etc. At that stage, I'd imagine, anyway.
So any future changes would have to be consulted.
So if we just took the interim step now of going to a 20% regional base underpinning it, that can always be changed following consultation in the future.
Yes, it could.
Yeah, so your options are to run with the say recommendation 12 as it is listed there, or you could retain the status quo. You could retain the status quo and ask for that full review to be done. Or you can ask
The
you
review
could
can be
go
done
for
regardless.
Sorry?
The review can be done regardless of which
the review can be
made
done
for this.
regardless. And I suppose, would it be correct, I could ask a question, otherwise I'll get told off for not following process. If we set, how difficult is it to unset a rate, and that if we go to the 80-20 now and we consult at our annual plan, because that's when we'd hope to do that by that annual plan on a different rate that is being made apparent from economic review. How difficult is that to unpick? Nick.
Well, it's like any rate change, and rate changes in of themselves don't automatically mean that you've got to consult and go through a special consultative process. It reverts back to the significance and engagement policy. So it depends how big a change it is. But yeah, if you were going down the route of doing a review, whatever comes out of that, you would assume that it's probably going to impact a lot of ratepayers, depending on the scale of what comes back. Yeah, I would definitely think that there'll be a whole consultation process to go through. So it's just a matter of going through that. It reverts to an annual plan and goes through a consultation process. It may or may not require us to get audit involved. Just depends on the scale of the changes that are proposed once you've been through that process.
Thanks, Lloyd.
And I was just going to mention, just for myself, if we do the review, it's not likely there'll be any recommendations or changes for the first year of the annual plan. It'll be more likely to be the second or third, or even to inform the subsequent annual plans.
Oh, it's hard to know without knowing what comes out of the report. I mean, we'd need to go and work out how long that would take, when it would be ready by, and then council would need to make a decision as to when any changes, when you wanted to consult on any changes, and if there were further changes, what year you would bring them in.
So this annual plan period starts next month, and
year one starts
24, 25.
Yeah,
So we're going to commit ourselves to something in the first year.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
So
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
It would be.
So it might be that we're going to do it. Could be the next year. Would be the earliest.
Yeah, that's right, Lloyd. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Well, I'll ask another question while I'm here. This is probably further down. When we in the targeted zones, you want that now or say?
No, let's stick to number 12. Let's stick to number 12, and we have Councillor Ware that is happy to move 12 as is. Have you a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Forbes. Seconds. Let's start the debate.
Sorry, could you please clarify the motion, Kevin?
I'm just going to put that up now.
Yep.
Which is number 12, approves the proposed revenue and funding policy change to fund flood protection costs by an 80% targeted rate and a 20% general rate split. Councillor Weir.
Okay. Yeah, this is the subject of much discussion, and we're not going to land on something entirely satisfying to everyone today. But I would recommend that we go ahead with the recommendations as is, and then we do look to the future to review our flood and drainage schemes and their purpose, their long-term sustainability alternatives, and the future of those, including the economic benefits and exacerbators and stuff, so that we can do that comprehensive review and really strategically change these rates to something that will last into the future. But for this LTP this time around, happy to go ahead with all these changes as recommended.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes.
I agree with that. And I think we have set a precedent in public transport that should be maintained through these other things that other parts of the area need. We shouldn't really be doing anything that doesn't benefit us all. So there's always going to be some argument for spreading at least some of the cost over the wider district. And on that basis, I support this.
Further debate? Lloyd.
No, I'll just say I'm happy to support it as well. We all sat down here and we went through the financing policy with our big spreadsheets and come up with the 80-20 split, consistent with how we've been working across most issues around the target. Everybody benefits from it. And yeah, so I'm happy with this part of it.
Councillor Methven.
Yeah, look, I'm not really sure where I stand on this, but I do think that it's really important to undertake this technical review of the schemes and the benefit zones. And I hope we don't find ourselves in a position after having done that we actually reverse what we're about to approve here. So a bit reticent to approve it. But if it fails, then if it fails, then we stick with the status quo, obviously. But I'd be happy to move that we undertake technical reviews. Anyway, okay.
You done, Brian?
Yep, thank you. I'm happy to support this as well. The feedback from for example, the Tairi community was that it wasn't perfect, but it's a step in the right direction, subject to other work and so forth. The numbers that we're changing are not huge. It's a general simplification. I also, my sense is it's a step in the right direction. Even if it's changed in the future, that would only ever be changed if there was a solid basis to do so. Thank you.
I'd just like to make a comment on there before we take the vote. Look, I'm in favour of this to the degree that I believe that it's ensuring greater connectivity right throughout Otago. So when one area gets beaten up, the other areas are actually helping to sort that out. I am struggling with the way some of these schemes are performing, and I really think this is it's a certainty that we have to do this review and really align the way we're doing. But the 80-20% split, I think, should be enduring because we're supporting each other through those sorts of situations. So with that, I call for all those in favour of that motion.
Aye.
Against?
No.
It's a no, Councillor Kelleher. Councillor, recommendation 13, which is a noting. Someone move that. Move.
Second.
Councillor Gore, second. Councillor Wilson. If you just, we're just going to pop that up. Oh, you can see that as the top one up there. with that one wee correction. The seconder and the mover and seconder are both happy with that. So any discussion? Any questions? If not, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Get a no there.
Yeah, I think it was an aye as well.
From Brian.
Mhm.
Was that a late yes, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
That was clear.
What, on to 14. On to 14, approves the proposed revenue and financing policy change to fund drainage costs by a 90% targeted rate and a 10% general rate split.
Happy to move.
Have
Any-
a second. It's the same argument as previously.
Any questions? We have a mover.
Who was the mover and seconder? Sorry.
The mover was councillor Kate Wilson. The seconder was, I'm sure that was councillor Scott.
Correct.
Discussion. The mover.
No, thank you. I think we're all clear on this.
We have discussion from councillor McCall.
Yes, I'm just going to stay consistent where I've been all year, and that I believe that the flood and drainage rates system should be linked together. They should be all 80-20. So I prefer 80-20, but we really consulted on 90-10. So I'm just going to I'll vote against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? We'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry,
Just
my
one
fault.
moment.
Yep.
It just won't. I'm just waiting for it to wake up. Right, yes.
All those in favour?
Aye.
I just wonder, just on this, because of the of what we're hearing, and if you could please say yes when we say all those in favour, and no when we say against. It's just through audio and just getting clarity of. Otherwise, we'll keep asking it back. And my hearing has been tested, and it's perfectly good. So
Thank you for that.
yeah. So I'm just going to put that one again. So number 14 approves the proposed revenue and financing policy change to fund drainage costs by a 90% targeted rate, a 10% general rate split. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Against? One against.
Who was against? Oh, yes, that's right.
Councillor McCall against.
No,
He's on the fence.
You was abstained, sorry, one abstention, sorry. One abstention.
Not on the fence.
Carried. Number 15. Up on the board, approves the proposed revenue and financing policy change for the general rate portion of flood protection costs and drainage costs to apply across Otago. So that's the general rate split that we've just done.
That's the 20% you're talking about now, or the 10 and 20.
Yeah, the 10 and 20. What we just
maybe
moved.
on CV. Or
Yep. So we've agreed to the split, and now we're saying yes, we've agreed to put that across. Someone move in that direction.
Hello.
And Wilson. Councillor Weir.
Very well.
Weir and Wilson. Yep. Questions? Councillor Scott, you've got your hand up.
Correct. Just so I've got 100% right, I've got a question. So where does the general rate portion of flood protection costs apply currently?
It's a mix of district general rates and regional general rates. So depending on what the scheme is, like I'm trying to remember something like Clutha might have 17% total general rate currently, and I think it might be 13% of that is regional and 4% is district. On the Tyree, it's different. I can't remember what the exact percentage is, but it's got a bigger district general than regional general. But currently, it's a mix of the two.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you, Nick. And in fact, it's on page 20, isn't it? That table you've provided in the consultation document. It's all outlined there.
That's
Thank
right,
you.
Brian. Yeah, that's the right table.
Thank you.
No problem. Good question. So we had did we get a mover and seconder for that? No, not at this stage. So we have someone move in that direction. Oh, yeah, no, we're in Wilson, didn't we? Yeah. Sorry. Discussion? No discussion.
No.
So we'll put the motion, which is 15, approves the proposed revenue and financing change for the general rate portion of flood protection costs and drainage costs to apply across Otago. Those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Against?
No.
One against. Carried. 16.
We take an adjournment
Now,
just to discuss what this resolution around potential reviews needs to.
6. Good as gold. So we're going to take a short adjournment to ensure that we have the structure of these next two resolutions correct to reflect the mood of the meeting and where we're heading. So we'll be back hopefully within 10. We'll be back. We'll be back at 2:30.
Tim, your mic is on.
Oh, thanks for that. How did you know? I wasn't saying anything.
You were still making noises.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just letting everyone into the meeting.
Good, thank you very much for giving us that opportunity just to refine things. We have, and Trudy will just put up a motion that we'll take first, just to clear that position. And that is number 44, which is not on your schedule, but this is an added resolution. Right, so we just had a spelling fix up there. So, and that will be request staff undertake a review of all flood and drainage schemes to inform rate allocation and to report back to council on the terms of reference and timing of this review. Does someone like to move in that direction? Councillor McCall, second by Councillor Somerville. Questions? Councillor Weir.
Would it be helpful to have a timeline, or is the CEO comfortable with?
I was thinking about that. I just need to talk to staff before I put a timeline, but we understand the need for this. And so it will be as early as we can bring it back. I just don't have quite enough information to put it in there.
So that's the targeted allocation, yeah?
Yes.
Or is that the whole lot?
No, it's looking at
The whole lot,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, we're not saying it's going to be targeted, whatever. We're saying we'll review. Councillor Wilson.
Just checking who will be involved in the terms of reference. Would you be seeing, would it just be a staff generated report and process, or would it be involving?
We'll come
any
back
of
to
the-
that. I don't know.
Thank you.
But we will come back.
Thank you. Tim Griffin.
Yeah, I just noticed from that option that we did have that the word technical review has been taken out of that. Is that, I mean, does that mean that we're looking at a technical and economic review?
Yeah, we're just relieving scope there for it to be as wide as council wants it to be, and removing that concern that it was potentially just looking at a specific element.
Okay, yeah, and just in terms of, is there anything there that mentions the benefit zones? It's
It informs rate allocation, which again broadly means everything.
okay, yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll support this. It's good.
Yeah, again, Councillor Griffin, that will be the first thing that staff will come back is on how they will inform the terms of reference. So I'd assume that the CE will put a concept together and come back to certainly would be the chairs of finance and the chair and deputy chair, I would assume, or something along that ilk, to then bring a paper to us how they'll form those terms of reference and who will be required.
Yeah, and just in terms of sorry, carry on. In terms of this, then this is meeting the feedback that we have got around the allocations in those areas that I mentioned, Mosgiel Airport, and I guess it even will encompass the Leith scheme too, will it, Richard?
It would. I've worded it as all schemes, and so what it's trying to do is give you more information to inform the decisions you make in response to that feedback.
Yeah, all good. Thank you.
All of that feedback, yeah.
Councillor Robertson.
I think I know what the answer needs to be on this question, but this recommendation or motion potentially trip the significance and criteria in itself, because it's could potentially be quite large and isn't a project that we consulted on, so there's no risk there. The scope of it will be okay.
it doesn't feel like it would trigger significance. I'm thinking that, and I heard before that you would consult on potentially whatever might come out of this review. So, you jump through those hoops and talk to and consult with whoever you needed to, the affected parties.
Very good point. Very good point. So that is a proposal 44, and I'll move that from the chair because we haven't got a mover yet, have we? Do we have a mover? Oh, did we recall someone? Oh, I've forgotten you already. Must be getting late. Two fellas with glasses on. I should have been able to see them. Apologies.
Sorry, Kevin.
Yes.
Is this motion replacing the number 16 that we were looking at previously?
No, it's not. It is a separate motion which brings in option, which basically is part of option C on page 19B. But from the discussions that we've had, and we believe we needed to shape a separate independent motion to ensure that the thoughts were captured and the action would be taken. So we'll be going back to 16 and 17.
Thanks.
Any further questions? We have a mover and seconder debate. You want to say something, Councillor McCall, as the mover? You comfortable?
I'm comfortable. I was just going to say something. I think it's clear through the submission process and the feedback sessions that we had around the flood and drainage schemes that people are really keen to have a good thorough review of the schemes and where the exacerbators and people who get the rewards lie, so that we can actually have a view to inform how we do the rates going into the future. So I think it's something that the community has wanted, and it's something that we're delivering. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Yes. Aye. Yes.
Yes.
It didn't take long to slip, did it? Those against? Thank you.
It's the best motion we've ever done.
We now go back to recommendation 16, which is a noting recommendation to note paragraph 92 of the discussion section. So Councillor Ware so moved, the seconder, Councillor Forbes. Those in, any questions? I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Yes.
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 Yes. Those against? Carried. Now come to recommendation 17. And with the meeting's indulgence, I would like to change that to approves the preferred option as consulted and described it in the LTP consultation document to change how targeted rates for flood and drainage schemes for the Balclutha flood and drainage schemes are allocated. That option.
Around the wrong ones.
No, and then I am putting a second motion to follow that, which will be exactly the same wording for the Tyree flood and drainage schemes.
Sorry, is it schemes or scheme? I thought we've changed this to flood scheme and drainage scheme.
Yes.
Flood and drainage schemes.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, we've got
We need a
leaflet. They're all
Yeah.
on. So 17, sorry.
Just explaining, so and Nick can jump in here, but the 17, the preferred option is consulted and described in the LTP captures all of the schemes as noted in page 22 of the consultation document. So if there is a desire to split them out because and that's entirely appropriate for council to choose to do that, we just need to make sure that we do end up capturing all of the schemes that are covered by
Yes, right.
that proposal in the consultation document. So Nick will be able to provide some advice on that, depending on what the sort of intent of the mover is to separate something out.
The intent is to right. So 17B would stand.
Are you looking at the consultation document or the other one? Sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying on what we've put up there. So the intent is to provide a motion that allows for the consulted change of boundaries on the Tory flood and drainage schemes, all the Tory flood and drainage schemes, to go ahead as consulted. And those schemes that are not on the Tory, and predominantly around issues with boundaries and relevance for those to stay as the status quo. I know that's not reflected in that, so we were just hoping someone would throw that out and put status quo. Perhaps I should be moving it that way.
You're looking for status quo with the exception of flood and drainage.
Correct.
Could word it that way.
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Might be easier for those
We'll just
online.
take a slight adjournment, just to we understand the intent, but we don't. We're just going to take a slight adjournment. Moved by Councillor McCall, seconded by Councillor Robertson. Those in favour, aye.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick and Richard, for grabbing that and putting it into a form that will hopefully achieve what us and the communities want to achieve. So we have two motions up there. If you could quickly please read those. 17A approves the status quo of benefit zone allocation for the lower Clutha flood and drainage scheme. And B approves the preferred option as consulted and as described in the LTP consultation document to change how targeted rates for all schemes, with the exception of the lower Clutha flood and drainage scheme costs, are allocated. Comfortable?
And just to confirm, now we are back, like, this doesn't impact the next resolution, number 18 on the list, which considers the boundary of the indirect zone different. That's not impacted by this, which is just the allocation of the targeted rates.
Thank you. Questions? We have a question from Brian.
Cole, so we'll refer to page 22, and 22 talks about reducing the number of benefit zones to 1 or 2 zones per scheme. And is that what this is trying to say? Is that we've all agreed to that, excluding the lower Clutha?
You're correct. That is going to for those ones. It is going to the consulted document, the consultation document zones that we put out.
Why doesn't the recommendation say something so that people can actually understand it?
We believe that it is quite clear, but I'm happy to take you through that offline.
Well, no, I articulated my understanding, and I think you said to me I was correct. Yeah.
So therefore, you've understood what we've put up there.
Yeah, but I had to go and read the document to get to that conclusion, not your recommendation. Yeah, okay. I mean, you could have just said in there we're reducing it to 1 or 2 zones, you know, for all of them except for the lower Clutha. How hard's that? As per the consultation document.
Understand your concern. Thank you. Do we have a mover for those 2 motions?
Can I just ask my question just before we go?
You absolutely can, Councillor McCall.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is, so we're looking at doing some changes to the rating basis, or whether we do or don't, of how we work the zones. So basically the plan is to spread it out wider. Now, in doing that, there's some rating units that are getting like more than 50% increases for their flood and drainage portion of their rates. Is there any way that you can you can cap like the effect on an individual rating base? So like say cap it at a 50% increase or something like that.
Just hang on, I'll flip to that. Yeah, look, we could do something like that, but we didn't consult on doing something like that. So it's quite different to, you know, what we'd consulted on. So, you know, to throw that in the mix and suddenly do that now, I think would be quite material.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just really keen to ask the question, because that would be one option of mitigating, you know, some of the stress on individuals, which, you know, they may or may not have seen coming. I'm happy to move those motions, Chair.
Thank you, Lloyd. The second up.
I'm happy to second.
Councillor Forbes. Discussion.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, with around the flood and drainage schemes, there's been a lot of talking, a lot of work, and a lot of interactions between us councillors and the affected parties, particularly on the Taieri. And I think at the end of the day, we've come to, you know, we've been through our planning workshops, etc., we come to the conclusion that we're probably better to try and spread the burden wider or even out the burden. And that's what we've done by reducing the zones for the targeted rates. So that's worked really good. As opposed to that in the Clutha area, when we go to the one that we consulted on, threw out some real bad outliers. And so keeping in mind that we're intending to do a full review of how the zones are set up and how the rating base is, how we rate the flood and drainage going forward, it's probably prudent to not change the lower Clutha flood and drainage schemes targeted zones. So at the end of the day, they'll have no change but we are committing to having a good look to make sure everybody's treated, everybody gets a fair hearing of the times. Having said that, in the Taieri, we come to the stage where we've been promoting what we've been doing pretty extensively. So people are expecting, there's a high expectation that this is going to continue. So I think it's really important that we just say we flag that yes, we are having a full review of those flood and drainage schemes so that we can make sure that our rating systems is equitable going forward. In the interim, we're proposing this step, but we're not committing, and we're proposing this step for now, and so that review can inform going forward. So I see it as an interim step. So thank you very much. I think it's a step in the right direction, and we can all move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? We will put together those two on your screen, 17A and 17B. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Quite clear, Trudy, isn't it? All those against? Carried. Mr. Ross, I'll just hand over to you now. So we're now talking the least indirect allocation of that rate, and that is on page 20, which is 93 to 97, paragraphs 93 to 97.
Yeah, correct. Recommendation 18. So just receive. The report just talks of a bit of feedback received on that, only from ratepayers and on the Taieri. Look, I think, and Nick will probably jump in here. This is all about. Key issue here is about a large non-rateable property owner being the university, and under the status quo being funded by a small group of ratepayers, and the policy addressing that inequity basically. And recommendation 18 is about addressing that. And Mr. Donnelly might want to jump in and correct me or add to that.
Yeah, no, that's correct. And a bit of the feedback we got was from Taieri ratepayers questioning why or asking that the same was applied to the top because of the airport. But I pointed out in the paper and in the work that we did in the workshop, the two issues are quite separate. The airport does pay flood and drainage rates. It does have a portion that's non-rateable, but it's a very, very small portion of the overall property that's within the scheme. For the well, it's not just the university, but within the Taieri direct area, approximately half of the property in there is non-rateable. You've got the university, Polytech, the hospital, and in fact, that percentage will increase once the new hospital is built, because that's going to be quite a significant, property value once that's in there. So the issue is that what we've said in the past, you've had the Leith indirect, which has been paying approximately half of the total targeted rate. We've kept it at half, and the rationale is because it's paying for all the non-rateable property. So then there's currently, the status quo is there's a defined mapped area So if you didn't want to go with the proposal, then you could revert to the defined mapped area. But the proposal was just to remove the mapping and defining of the area and just make it district wide. So that's the rationale. Really, the most of the feedback was around the fact that, in my view, people who were commenting on it didn't understand the difference between that and other schemes that just don't have this proportion of non-rateable property in them.
Thank you, Nick. Further question from Tim and then Kate.
Not a question. I'm happy to move this motion. That's all.
We'll come back to you, sir. Kate, a question.
I'm not quite sure that I quite agree with Nick's analysis of the submissions there, but I'm just going to tease out, when the scheme was devised, was anyone else consulted on it and to the cost and to all of the amenity values that went with it, other than those in the Leith? I mean, the targeted consultation was to those in the Leith and in that target audience, wasn't it, Nick?
I don't know. It was done back before my time. I think it was actually set up, that zone, back in probably about 20 years ago. I think from memory, sort of 04, 05 rings a bell. I haven't been able to dig out any of the real material around when that was done. But whether I would have assumed it was just consulted in a long-term plan, and it would have been consulted with everybody across the across the whole region. But across the direct and indirect anyway, the Leith indirect is covering quite a large portion of the Dunedin city territorial area anyway.
Okay, can I ask this question a different way? If I suggested to you that we did the Dunedin passenger transport debt over all of Dunedin because there are benefits to everyone, or the reason we haven't done that is because it would be hard for those people outside of those areas to have known that the debt may have ever been shared more broadly with them before we went into debt.
I'm not sure that's in the scope of this conversation, Kate. I know what you mean, but it's asking staff to.
Well, that's why we haven't, is it? Well, sorry, maybe we should be asking ourselves that. That's why I haven't suggested that be broadened.
I think that's a definite question to governance, Kate, and I fully understand where you're heading with that, and that's something we need to really keep front of mind when we are starting rating proposals and really understanding effects long term. So your point's well made.
Well, I'm happy to move. It should Tim's fail, I'll foreshadow the status quo.
Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Look, the university is probably the greatest contributor to the city's cultural and economic status. I think that protection by the Leith flood scheme is a cost that should be shared across all Dunedin ratepayers. So really happy to move this.
We have a seconder. Yes. Seconder, Councillor Somerville. Discussion. Elliot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not much of a discussion, I guess, because we're fiddling around the ends of an issue that comes from a fundamental inequity in our rating system that we currently do not have the tools to deal with. That would require legislative change to deal with, and that's Crown land being unrated. And it just happens that this one section of the city, the tertiary and medical precinct, is mostly Crown land. And so we're dealing with a unique situation here, which is why we're spreading that burden, not because of any principles or strategy really, but reacting to an inequitable situation, just based on the way we can and can't rate. So I'm happy to spread that further, but addressing this comprehensively will require us pushing for Crown land being rateable as the rest of local government is sort of looking towards, but that's a whole separate issue.
Councillor Scott.
Yes, no, I'm happy to support this vote to broadening the indirect zone. I must say that a lot's been made about the similarities between PT regional versus district and city versus flood protection, and I would suggest there are some subtle differences, because the thing about flood protection is that everybody throughout the region will enjoy some benefit of the flood protection. If they want, ultimately they'll be using the hospital whether they like it or not, or the university and such like, or if they want to access the city, the benefit of flood protection. Whereas the subtle difference with PT is that if you drive from Coorell and park your car, you're probably unlikely to be using the PT and enjoying the same type of benefit. I just make that point, even though I support PT. And I'll be supporting this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I'll just point out that the people in Coorell will get a heck of a surprise if they actually do end up with ORC rates, but it's a very good way of spreading it into an area which is called ECAN. But your point was taken. Your point was taken, sir. Councillor Wilson.
Look, I can't support this. I don't think it's right yet. Now, the university I would take quite separately from the hospital. We live on the flight path for Central Otago and the hospital for helicopters. I can assure you, much broader than just Dunedin benefits from that hospital being there. So I think we should have been looking as far as the hospital goes, and I agree that is very different from flood works. But built into a whole lot of this leaf work was a whole lot of amenity values that should that benefits Dunedin greatly and is used greatly by Dunedinites as amenity space. And to just say Dunedin doesn't make sense to me. It's quite different on principles. I'd be really happy if we acknowledged it Otago-wide as a general rate, but it just seems the outlier on all of the principles we've got, and I can't tell a good story behind it. I can't understand why this one has gone only to Dunedin people. So I think we just haven't got the message right. I'm happy to keep on doing some work on it. I'm happy to not see it just be the area that has it now, but I think we need to be really much more nuanced. And if we do it now, we'll think we've done it, and it won't be right.
Point of order, sorry. Point of clarification. Not disagreeing with anything you're saying. Okay, I just want to make it clear that I don't know, everyone's listening, whatever. That the Leith amenities was never completed, as far as I'm aware, and we hadn't actually done that work for that area. Doesn't change the substance or anything you're saying. Just wanted that on the record.
I think there was quite substantial amenities in there, but that's okay.
Yeah, from the chair, there is a lot of amenity value that has been added. There is still work, and there is still work to be done, but there is certain, and that's on the upgrades to come. But there is certainly already walking down through there. There is a lot of amenity value that has been added. But point taken. Yep.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? We'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Yes.
Aye. Yes.
Yes.
Against?
No.
No.
Too
Only one
late.
no, wasn't he?
Sorry, Kate, sorry, councillor Wilson, we took you as a no. Did you say you wanted that recorded?
I can't hear who's doing what, so I called for a division. If it's too late, it's too late. Sorry. Fine.
Hopefully you can hear me. Yes, there was a clear majority in the division, and if you wish your vote to be noted against, that will be noted against with
Noted against, please.
my request to note mine. Thank you. And with that note, we're going to take a wee break. Thank you. And the time is, let's be back at 3:30. Thank you.
Unmuted.
Unmuted and all action. Who have we got? Fines. Good. Thank you for returning. We'll just continue for approximately the next hour, and we see a natural break in our recommendations, which is at item 28, and from then, from 29 onwards, covers the ORC must do work and also some procedural motions so I want to test our capabilities, I suppose. I'm sorry, just being fully aware of the COVID effect on so many of us. So my aim is to get through to, without pushing things, to get through to possibly number 28 and test that timing of that. And then I would think then we would adjourn for the evening and come back bright and fresh and breezy, if that's possible, tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I think we're due to tick off and attack the remaining dozen or so recommendations at that stage. Any questions on that proposal? Excellent. So I'll go straight to Mr. Rosler, and we're up to number recommendation 18. 18 was done, and 19.
Yeah, so on page 20 in the discussion section, discontinue lower Waitaki River Control rate and fund it via the River and Waterway Management Waitaki rate. Look, this is noted in the report as a recommendation because we give it mention in the consultation document on page 21 where we talk about look, it's just rationalising two rates down into one because it makes sense and aligns better with the work that's actually going on there. And yeah, that's really the basis of the proposal. So unless Nick wants to jump in and add anything to that, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions? Happy. We have Councillor Robertson happy to move as seconder for that. Councillor Ware, seconded. Speakers, discussion. Comfortable?
Put it on the board.
Sorry, Councillor Lawson.
Putting it on the board. Here we are.
Discussion. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Against? Carried. Recommendation 20 approves the preferred option for a new Alexandra flood targeted rate allocation funded from River and Waterway Management Central Otago. Mr. Rossler.
Yeah, this is gets mentioned under notes in the consultation document, page 21. It feels pretty technical for the reasons with like the efficiency thing. So I might just pass it over to Nick. You might want to comment on the reasons around it.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one's just in here. It wasn't a big item in the consultation document. I don't really recall too much, if any, feedback about it. And it's just a relatively small amount. And the same as the other one, it just aligns it better with the level of work, the level of spend and the work that's being done. So rather than creating a new rate, when we went through setting all of this up, you'd agreed that this one would just roll into river management as a simple and cost-effective way to fund it, and don't see any need from the feedback to change that from what was proposed.
Thank you, Nick. Any questions? We have a mover and seconder. Councillor Robertson so moves, Councillor Ware seconds. Any discussion? Those in favour?
Yes.
Against? Carried. Carried. Right, we go on now to another consulted portion, which is catchment management rates. And so recommendation 21 approves the preferred option as consulted and as described in the long-term plan consultation document to create a catchment management rate. Hand that to Mr. Donnelly and Rossler. Which again is paragraph.
Do you want me to go, Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Nick.
Yep. So again, catchment management. There was, there was feedback about this, but again, as with other feedback, not a huge volume. But in general, our view in reviewing it and what we heard was that people were generally supportive of creating this new rate and using it to fund those activities as we'd outlined. So we're not proposing or recommending to change from what was proposed.
Questions? Someone move in that direction? Councillor Robertson, seconded. Councillor McCall, discussion?
Just exactly as Nick Donnelly said, it simplifies a whole lot of our activities into this one area. It doesn't really create a major change in what we're doing. So yeah, it just seems to make sense.
Further discussion?
Yeah, just quickly. In fact, it's probably a question. The catchment management rate, it's sort of divided over the different zones or regions within Otago, isn't it? So we've got your Dunedin catchment management rate, and you have your other ones as well. Is that correct, or is it just a whole? Is it a universal rate?
It's region wide, so it applies across the whole region. It looks like there's 5 different rates, but that's just because we have to do that because it's capital value based, and so we need to apply it across the 5 areas separately because of the rating revaluations that occur. So we can't just have one rate per dollar across the whole region. It's exactly the same as what we do with general rates. Although general rate is regional, it's actually applied as 5 different rates in the dollar because we have to account for the valuations and equalise those amounts.
Thank you. That explains it. Thank you, Nick.
Councillor Scott?
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Further discussion? Look, I'm really excited about the establishment of this rate. Catchment work will become a bigger driving force for the ORC if it's not already a driving force. And one of the things that we're going to get from catchment to catchment, from area to area, is a whole lot of benefit for everyone, and knowledge being able to be shared, networking, people sharing their problems, sharing their experiences, and sharing how they've solved these problems. So I think this is a classic of all in together and let's get the job going. So I just think it's a very good way to attack the future, be part of our future direction. With that, all those in, sorry, we have Councillor Scott, your hands up.
Yeah, well, I didn't have a question. But I'd like to make a comment in the debate and just reaffirm what's written on page 24, because I agree with you, Kevin, that this is this actually does reflect a little bit in terms of how we think about our region. It talks about how protecting Indigenous species, biodiversity, water quality, a range of programs. We want to simplify not only how we fund it, but to be transparent and to create focus in terms of catchment focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Well said. So all those in favour of that motion, which is up on the board, approves the preferred option as consulted and as described in the LTP consultation document to create a catchment management rate. All those in favour?
Yes.
Against? Carried. To recommendation 22, agrees that the new catchment management rate is an Otago-wide general rate based on capital value.
Happy to move.
Move Councillor Forbes, seconded Councillor
Scott.
Sorry, your voice changes a wee bit, Brian. Sorry about that. Councillor Scott, discussion. Councillor Wilson.
So just when, is there potential that a catchment doing work and wanting to speed up that work could use this both as a, for that particular district as well, be ramped up?
So your question is if the Wairika catchment group in Oamaru decided to spend $1 million on something, could we use that rate to directly rate some of those people? Or
yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy for this in the first year while we work things through. But as the ICM projects roll out, how we fund those ICM works, I just I'm really happy for this year, but I'm in the long-term plan. I'm not so sure that the it may be that it's more nuanced. It may be Otago-wide at A level and then higher in one catchment. Is that possible, Nick?
Well, we've got this just rated across the whole region, and there's work that's, within that there's work and activity that's being funded in specific areas. So I think it would just be a case of, that gets dealt with by how the work program's allocated. And it might be that you as councillors decide that one year, there's a $500,000 piece of work that, within catchment management that's funded via this rate across the whole region that is occurring in a particular, one particular area. And you're comfortable with that because over over the longer period of the LTP, all districts and areas are probably going to get, get a share of that, that funding. So it just depends, but it's certainly something if other things came up, we can look at other funding mechanisms if need be as we go through annual plans and future LTPs.
Yeah, so, okay, thank you. I just want that understanding when we start this off. I'm really happy for this first 10-year period to be put in like this, but understanding that we can be flexible about that.
Thank you, Kate. Understood. That was part of our discussion. Does the mover and seconder wish to add to that?
I don't think so. I hear where Councillor Wilson's coming from, and we don't necessarily have processes yet in place for distribution for either this or the environment fund that we have yet either. So that will have to be worked out. But I think that this is the right way to go. And these things are consistent, so.
Right, we'll put the motion.
Yes.
All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes is right.
Against?
No.
Councillor Kelleher. Motion carried. We now move to navigational safety rules, 23 and 24. We'll put them separately. 23 approves the preferred option as consulted and as described in the LTP consultation document to create a navigational safety rate. Mr. Rosler, Mr. Longley.
Yeah, I'll send that to Nick.
Okay, yeah, this one, again, we're proposing, or recommending that we just go with what was proposed. There was some interesting feedback on this one, you know, particularly from, people who noted that, you know, they don't have boats and they don't see that they should be funding the service. And again, there was a bit of talk about some of the feedback saying that it should be user pays. Unfortunately, that sort of model is very hard for us to do with this activity. So, you know, looking at it, still think that, you know, effectively a region-wide, excluding Queenstown, because obviously we don't do Harbour Master there, but region-wide, and then based on uniform, based on per property, you know, allocates that cost at a relatively small amount across all the properties, and distributes it again. You know, doesn't over distribute. If you did this based on capital value, you know, you'd be apportioning more to probably quite big, you know, to farms that are inland that again that don't see this. So it is basically a simple, easy way to allocate what is a relatively small amount to a reasonably large number of properties.
Thank you, Nick. There's someone to move in that direction.
Yeah, I'll move.
Councillor Meffin, seconded Councillor Robertson. Discussion.
Look, I just think, just look at my rates, it's $10 a year for this navigational portion. It's a good way to allocate cost, and yeah, no, support it.
Councillor Robertson.
Just briefly as well, it's on the comment around if I don't have a boat, then I don't benefit from this rate is not entirely accurate. If you're a water user, then it also enables safety so that those that have got watercraft or whatever may be separated or in the correct areas, though. So it's a wider water safety issue as well. Thanks.
Councillor Weir.
I'm not anticipating this failing, but I will be voting against it just on the basis that it's a uniform. Sorry, we're still
on 23.
I'll hold my comments.
Any further discussion? And we're up on the board. Number 23 approves the preferred option as consulted and as described in the long-term planning consultation document to create a navigational safety rate. All those in favour?
Yes.
Against? We go to 24, which approves that the navigational safety rate is a uniform rate charged Otago-wide, excluding Queenstown Lakes District, who provide and fund their own service. We have a mover for that is Councillor McCall, a seconder.
Yep, I'll second.
Yeah, Councillor Meffin. It's very hard to stare at you people online when I can't see you directly, but I was staring at you. So thank you. Discussion.
Yep. Oh, you go first.
Okay. It's already on. Yeah, don't anticipate this failing, but on the off chance it does, I'll move an alternative on a CV basis. Totally see that this is a relatively small rate for everyone, and so I, you know, I'm not overly concerned with this being uniform, but I do think that against uniform rates on principle and other circumstances, including this one. So I'll be voting against it.
Councillor Summerall.
Yes, I agree with what Councillor Weir has said, and when this motion fails, I'll be happy to second his alternative motion.
Further discussion. No further discussion. We'll put the motion. All
Yes.
all those in favour?
Yes.
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 No.
Against?
No.
So we have 8-3
Forbes and
and some more. So I probably should have done a division, but would you like those recorded?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Right, it's close. It's closer than you thought. It was 7-3.
Could I foreshadow a motion for the next one?
Not Ms. Sarah
No.
Day.
Okay. Right then.
Certainly, councillor. Next we move on to wild and conifer control rate. And I'll ask again, hand that back to Mr. Donnelly and Rossler.
Page 21 of the report, recommendations 25-26. The proposal is to discontinue the current wilding tree rate and utilise the existing biosecurity rate. Just to recap, the current wilding tree rate funds the administration side of the wilding control program of 250. So it's not about the external funding. The support, the feedback that we had, so we had about 100, responses against all these 3 items actually. And for this particular wilding tree, it tipped towards support for the proposal. Interestingly, some of the groups, and you might have heard from some of them, they one of the issues they raised was that it was almost a communications marketing type thing, which was interesting, and which was the reason why they were against our proposal. But as I say, that's contrary to the general kind of flow that there was support for it. Yeah, so that's page 26 of the consultation document. Thanks.
Excellent. We have, if we go to 25, and I'm going to council of any questions?
You can, yeah.
Yep, question.
Oh, you might know. My question is because the proposal is for it to go into the biosecurity rate. And where does the biosecurity rate sit? So it's got its own rate, has it, that we haven't.
Correct. Yes.
So we haven't not gotten the consultation book.
No, because it's an existing rate. So we think of it as again rationalising 2 rates down into one.
Yeah. So there's only one.
So
an overall biosecurity rate that you're going to hit it to.
So that exists, and that's a land value based rate across the region.
Thank you.
Councillor Forbes.
Just want to foreshadow that I cannot support this at all. And I take the point that our long-term plan isn't a marketing document. In a way, I take that point. It actually is. And it's a big part of our communication, and we possibly don't use it as much as we could for that. But anyway, I still take the point that you make, and that this is a bit of an outlier. But I would also like to just remake the point made by our former Queenstown Mayor, Vanessa Van Uden. She said, although it's expedient to roll the wild and pine rate into a wider bucket, it's important not to. People need to relate to this rate. And I think this one is possibly an example of some places that we might go in the future when we're communicating with our public, when this is so, it resonates so well, this rate. And the people that run the wild and conifer control organisations, including their national organisation, all ask us loud and clearly to hang on to this special rate because it allows them to leverage a position that they couldn't otherwise. And while we may not like to see our rating system as that, Actually, a lot of what we do and a lot of our funding and funding that we allocate is about helping people to leverage to do the work that is ours to be done. And they can leverage that funding in all sorts of ways. And the wild and conifer control people do not think that they will get the support that they get currently from outside of this organisation and other public funding without having this line on our rates. And I'm very happy to support that, and I would ask people to consider that as they vote, and I will definitely not be supporting this.
So are you, so this motion is simply a recommendation on paper
Yes.
there. So are you wishing to?
I would wish to foreshadow a motion.
Well, no, you can make a motion now because we haven't got one.
No, okay. That we
so you continue to
retain the
use.
status quo,
Yep.
not approve this.
On the basis that the status quo is uniform rated as well, and we have to be clear about that. That is the option in there.
I don't think it was actually much of an option.
It was.
Have a look.
Uniform charge.
I think it's small enough not to worry about that too much at the moment, Kate, as a pragmatic view. And we didn't hear much about that. What we did hear is that people were happy for it as it is.
The process on the consultation was really clear. Okay. And so it doesn't matter about the quantum necessarily. It is the process. Surely.
Sometimes.
So Councillor Forbes, are you, the consultation was proposed change?
Yeah, and I'm saying no change.
So, let me finish, please. And so if you go to page 26 of our document, the second option was no change, continue to use the Walden Tree rate.
Exactly, yes.
So,
which is
option
2.
I'll just get to that to make
sure. And are we comfortable that is covered by that the status quo is maintained for the Walden Tree rate?
Hang on, let me pull it back up. Lost it. So I was looking at the consultation document at the same time.
Kevin, is this motion actually needed? Because if the original motion was to fail, then the status quo would apply, wouldn't it? Which is what we're talking about here.
Well, I'm just going straight to the motion that we want. So we can
address that question.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Absolutely right.
Yes, it drops the status quo like the others, if that's the alternative as consultant.
So if no one puts that motion, doesn't pass, then it just stays there. Yeah.
Would that be a tidy way to do it?
No.
I have a motion on our box which reads approves the proposed revenue and finance policy change to discontinue the Walden Tree rate. Have I a mover and a seconder for that recommendation? I'm just going back to the original one. Yeah. Sorry, Trudy, sorry. That is on your, that recommendation fails for the lack of a mover and seconder. Therefore, we revert to the status quo. Please note that, Mr. Rossler and team.
What happens?
Therefore, 26.
It's just noted.
Presumably vote against that.
Well, no. So the status quo. So that now 26 now becomes null and void, doesn't it? It's not required. Yeah, good. Yeah, Nick, if you could confirm that, please, Mr. Donnelly.
Yeah, well, the 26 was only going to apply if you got rid of the Walden Tree rate. So you haven't got rid of it. So yeah, basically, if you're not getting rid of the Walden Tree rate, there's no need for 26. Whether you did want, what you've got there, that the motion failed for the one above, whether you did want to just note that means that Walden, the Walden the, wilding tree rate will continue, well, you've got it there, status quo maintained. So I think that covers it.
Comfortable? And therefore, number 26 is that we just simply note that the motion is not required.
Yeah, it's just non-applicable.
Yeah, Nick, just Amanda's coming to us.
Yeah, you just don't need to move and second it and it just lapses.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll ask that officially. Have we a mover and a seconder for recommendation 26? No.
25 or 26?
So that lapses.
Was it for 25 or 26?
We've done 25, we're on 26, Brian.
Did we have the vote?
No one moved it.
No, we didn't. We got no one to move it or second it. Therefore, 25 lapsed. We went on to 26 in the same situation. So we're now on 27.
Okay, well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Right. 27 notes that a proposal for a new farm plan rate and associated discontinuation of the dairy rate will be brought to council later in the LTP cycle.
Happy to move.
Second.
Okay, moved Councillor Wilson, seconded Councillor McCall. Do you want to comment on that, Nick or Richard?
Yeah, Richard might have a view on it, whether that'll actually, go forward later.
Yeah, so we're obviously just we have the dairy rate at the moment. This new proposed rate was foreshadowing a change to a farm plan system, and dairy largely now being charged consent monitoring fees as they get their effluent discharges consented. Obviously, we're just awaiting now some decisions on farm planning. But we will bring this back through an annual plan cycle, because we do have that situation now where we have most dairy farms coming through for effluent consents and having incurring consent monitoring fees as part of that process. So it would be right for us to revisit that.
Thank you. We have a mover and a seconder discussion. Thanks for that explanation, Richard. We'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
What was that, Kate?
Yes.
Those against?
She's getting better.
Thank you. Recommendation 28 approves a new river and waterway management Queenstown Lakes rate. Mr. Donnelly?
Yeah, this one basically very administrative, just combines those two rates so that we've only got one river management rate for the whole district, the same as the other 4 districts. Again, very limited feedback on this, so we're just recommending that we fire ahead as proposed.
Any questions?
So has the Rohi
Question, Kate? Yep.
have we got any, I'm comfortable with this, but as far as Rohi goes up lakes, have we got any certainty about how that's going to pan out at the moment? I should have asked that under catchment.
Sorry, Ken, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Sorry, it's probably more for a catchment one, but I just want to check if no, I'll do that offline, don't worry, I'm happy with this. Yeah.
Thank you, Kate. Have I a mover and a seconder for this?
I'll move it.
Moved Councillor Forbes, seconded Councillor Robertson. Discussion. a good rationalisation. And Elliot,
Yeah, not to hold us back longer, but just around this rate and some of the other rates that we've just covered, including that wilding tree rate and stuff. I think there's a wider discussion to be had about the purpose of splitting those rates up, and perhaps I think that those calls for splitting those rates up quite small sort of point to a need for us to better tell the story, as Kate would say, of what we do as a council and where that money is going, and we need to have a discussion around how we better communicate that, and then we can talk about those rates.
Yeah, good point, Councillor Weir. Any further discussion?
Well, on that point, I think what would be really good for the next annual plan or sooner is if we can be able to show that these things aren't admin heavy, but are environmentally good heavy.
Very good message. Would the mover of that motion wish to comment further? No, so we will put the motion. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
All those against? Carried. Ladies and gentlemen, listeners, and all those that are tuned in, we are going to adjourn for the day. It's 4:10. Thank you very much for your attention, for your talks, your discussions. Thanks to the staff for the work they've done. Sorry, the question from Councillor Meffin.
Yeah, Kevin, you've done a great job taking us through this difficult situation. So well done. Hey, just very quickly, we did get a submission from the Wise Response Society, who did a bit of wordsmithing for us on some of the outcomes in our plan and in our consultation document. And I mean, I don't know if anyone could have written it better, but they did a pretty good job. Is there any kind of has anything been done there to sort of look at how we are creating our objectives through the way we are actually stating some of these objectives? Richard, it's probably one for you. Yeah.
So there is, I think Wise Response gave us some feedback on the goals within the strategic directions.
Yes.
And we do have that on the list for tomorrow under resolution 40. And we'll just make sure we are prepared. I'm looking at Mike just in terms of those Wise Response suggestions and how we have considered those in within those strategic directions when we get to 40 tomorrow.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, and Tim, if I could just add, that's been certainly noted by Councillor Somerville and myself, that so we will make sure when you are here tomorrow or whatever, we will bring that to that discussion point. So that is the plan. Tomorrow is a 9 o'clock start. Let's be here. And could I have a mover and seconder to adjourn the meeting?
Happy to move.
Councillor Weir's moved, seconded Councillor Forbes. I'm going to take the exact hands this time. Those in favour?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, we get